Chapter 25. Struggle to Survive. Genevieve. Genevieve.
Echo's voice sounded like a whisper in the dark, but as I began to wake from sleep, it got louder.
Genevieve,
she repeated again. What? I asked impatiently, turning my head to look over at her on her cot, even though it was too dark for me to really see her. What could she possibly want in the middle of the night?
I heard a scream.
I was about to tell her that she was just dreaming and to go back to sleep, but now that I was fully conscious, I could hear that the camp sounded louder than it should for how late it was. My mind immediately came to a conclusion about what was happening, and I sat up. Oh my God. Then another blood-curdling scream. Oh my God, I repeated, this time stirring to action. I threw my feet over the side of my cot and into my boots, telling Echo hurriedly, "Ferals, get dressed!" Echo shot off of her bed, and when we both threw on our boots as quickly as possible, I heard the first bangs of gunfire. We tore out of the tent with our weapons in hand, not even bothering to don our coats, and sprinting through the snow toward the commotion. It was coming from the edge of camp near the cabins, but not everyone who slept over there had a cabin. Some of them were in tents, or under lean-to shelters. They were exposed. The chaos was getting closer. Terrifying screams, gunshots, the shouts of men, the snarls of ferals. Only a few soldiers had already responded, but I could hear additional shouts coming from around us. Others were on their way. It would have been too dark to see anything, except for that when we got there, we could see one of the cabins had caught fire. In the panic, someone must have knocked over a candle or a lantern, and smoke was spewing into the air. There were so many ferals, moving too swiftly for the civilians with guns to have even shot any of them yet. They were roaring with fury, hungrily tearing through anyone they laid their eyes on. As I arrived, I watched two of them lunge at a woman, rip into her, and then bolt after someone else who ran by before she even stopped breathing. They took down the second man, and once he was incapable of getting back up, they moved on to the next person. It's like there was a method in their violence. Kill as many as you can, come back later to eat. But this couldn't be happening. Not here. It had been weeks since the last feral we'd seen, and we'd only been seeing a few at a time. There were too many now, and they were moving around too much through the panicked civilians for me to even get an accurate count. Echo and I split up to begin killing all the ferals we could. I aimed my rifle and shot one that was about to bite into a child, and then smashed the butt of my weapon against another one that was charging me. I dispatched it with a bullet, and noticed the escalation of gunfire as more soldiers arrived on the scene. Then something hit me from behind so hard that my rifle flew out of my hands. I tumbled to the ground, and the only reason I could think that I was still alive was because the feral that hit me did it with such force that it tumbled too. It didn't even rise from the ground before coming at me again. It pivoted on its hands so it was facing me, and as its legs tensed for the next spring, I reached for the knife at my thigh. It lunged, plowing into me again with so much impact that we somersaulted backward a few times, finally coming to a stop with me on top. It pushed its shoulders off of the ground to snap at me, and I brought my knife upward with one hard swing, plunging it through the bottom of the creature's jaw. I rose swiftly, preparing to be tackled again, and when nothing hit me right away, I spared a glance around to reorient myself and search for my rifle. I got a glimpse of it nearby, and I was about to run for it when a still figure only 15 feet to the left of it caught my eye. The feral and I locked gazes at the same time, and in the split second it roared at me, I calculated my chances of defeating it with the knife. It was emaciated like all the others, but I could tell before the outbreak this guy must have been built like a linebacker, because even skin and bones, it was still at least twice my size. If I tried to kill this feral with a knife and went down, I was dead, for sure. The moment it took off, so did I. While it sprinted toward me, I darted for my rifle, but I could tell that we were going to intersect at the same time. Think soccer. I'd slid in soccer plenty of times, and even though it had been so many years ago, I still knew I could do it. I just had to time it perfectly. The feral roared again, only inches away from striking distance, and it extended its arms. The very second it made a starving reach for my head, I dropped, using my momentum to slide feet first to the remaining feet to my rifle. I grabbed it and rolled onto my stomach, knowing by muscle memory when the barrel was perfectly lined up with the feral's chest. When it realized I wasn't in its grasp, it turned screeching at me furiously and crouching for the spring. My finger tensed over the trigger, and I would have stayed put to recover after it collapsed if I didn't catch sight of Echo nearby. I was about to yell at her to stay by my side so that we could have each other's backs, but before I could, she dove into the burning cabin. "Echo!" I shouted in instant panic, even though I knew she couldn't hear me, and I pushed myself off of the ground and began sprinting over. When I reached the entrance of the cabin, I had to take a few steps back because of the heat, and my heart dropped. "Echo!" There was no answer, and I was working up the courage to run in after her when she finally came out with a kid in her arms. The child was wailing with fear, tears running down his cheeks. He couldn't have been in the cabin long. He didn't look like he was suffering from too much smoke inhalation. He must have been so terrified of the ferals that he chose to run into a burning cabin instead, and Echo had seen him do it. She saw me when she came out, but right when she did, her face twisted with fear. "Turn!" she shouted. After her warning, I rapidly dropped, right in time for a feral to go flying over my head. It landed in the snow in front of me, and I immediately put it down. When I stood back up, Echo strode over. She was panting and coughing from the smoke inside the cabin, and a quick scan of her body revealed a single burn on the backside of her shoulder. We stood there, me with the rifle at the ready, and Echo still holding the kid, looking around for any more ferals. There were people all over the place, some wounded, many dead, but it was over already, and now people were shouting about taking the wounded to the medical cabin and bringing water to put out the fire. "Is he okay?" I asked Echo, nodding toward the child. He couldn't be more than 7 years old. She tried to set him down, but he wouldn't take his arms away from her neck. "Kid's scared out of his mind," she answered. "Hold on to him," I told her, and then I moved around her to look at her shoulder. The burn there was smaller than my hand, but while it wasn't too large, it was severe. "A piece of burning wood fell on me when I was picking him up," Echo explained, glancing over her shoulder at me. Once the adrenaline wore off, she'd be in a lot of pain. But she did it to save this kid's life. She could get it cleaned when we got into the medical cabin, so right now I scanned our immediate area, looking for anyone wounded that I could help get there too. My gaze fell on an older woman that I recognized from around camp, on her knees in the snow, clutching at her arm. "Mrs. Van Buren?" I said softly after I'd strode over and I knelt beside her. "Are you okay?" She looked over at me, so horrified she couldn't even speak. She was just taking in shaky breaths, and she extended her arm to me. The limb was bleeding profusely, blood seeping from a spot where an entire chunk of flesh was missing. Bitten. And we both knew what that meant, though I wasn't sure yet exactly what our protocol was for the bitten. "Let me take you to the medical cabin," I suggested, carefully setting her uninjured arm over my shoulders and helping her off of the ground. I supported Mrs. Van Buren all the way to the medical cabin, with Echo at my side and still carrying the little boy. When we got there, he still wouldn't let go of her, so she motioned for me to go in without her. "Your shoulder," I protested. Pain was one thing, but if she didn't at least get it cleaned, it could get infected.
They have more important things to worry about,
she said, motioning again to leave her behind. I wasn't going to just forget about her burn, but I had to get Miss Van Buren in there. Once we got inside, I could see all the chaos had shifted indoors, as soldiers and civilians brought people in to be treated. A majority of the injured had been bitten, but some had bullet wounds, shot by friendly fire in the pandemonium. April? I questioned when I walked in. She was shuffling around hurriedly, giving orders to others who'd come in to offer their services, Casey, Blake, and Kellen included. She knew I was asking what to do with Miss Van Buren. Every steel table in the cabin was occupied, so she pointed to the back wall of the cabin, where there were more people sitting on the floor. I could tell immediately that everyone sitting back here was bitten, and that's why they weren't being given priority over the shot or the bitten who had other injuries and were in a lot of pain. After I set my charge down at the back, I looked for Casey. I'd have done it myself, but I wasn't sure how to treat a burn as severe as Echo's. "Hey, can I steal you real quick?" I asked her, passing an apologetic smile to the person she was treating. Echo's got a bad burn. Based on that, she grabbed a handful of things she thought we'd need, and she followed me outside.
"Genevieve,"
Echo protested when she saw Casey.
"This shouldn't be priority right now."
"You wanted to get infected?" I asked impatiently. The last thing that I needed was for her to get sick. Medicine is scarce, and this is preventable. Echo groaned, but as Casey examined the wound, she agreed with me. "Genevieve's right. This is pretty bad," she told Echo. We tried to get the kid out of Echo's arms so Casey could treat the wound, but he wouldn't let go of her. "Go get Blake," she requested after a few seconds of trying to peel the kid away. "Also, ask April for a tetanus shot. We should have some leftovers from testing on ferals." I did as she said, picking Blake out of the chaos inside, and eventually managing to stop April long enough to ask her where the tetanus shots were. Blake succeeded in getting the kid out of Echo's neck, even though the little guy immediately set to crying again. And once he strode a few feet away with the child, Casey gave Echo the shot. "There's a little bit of charring," Casey said gently, motioning for Echo to turn toward the side of the medical cabin, since there was nowhere out here to sit. "I'm gonna have to scrub it away." "What?" Echo asked in a panic, immediately turning back around. When the only response Casey gave was an extremely apologetic pursing of her lips, Echo leaned both her arms against the side of the cabin to expose her back to Casey.
"How bad is it gonna hurt?"
Casey looked at me, maybe to judge whether or not I'd be able to stomach watching it, and then she replied softly to Echo, "Just brace yourself." The moment Casey touched Echo's shoulder, Echo's fist clenched enduringly. But it only lasted a few more moments before Echo pulled back to slam it against the wall, grunting with pain. "Motherfuck!" And it tapered off to an agonizing growl. That wasn't the last of it either. And watching the way that Echo cringed with every rough wipe Casey made against her shoulder, hearing the groans and explicitives of misery, it caused an aching twinge in my chest. Nobody should have to go through pain like this, not even Echo, and especially not for saving a life. "Hey," I said amicably, leaning against the cabin at Echo's side. She had her eyes shut tight, like she was trying to tune everything out, so I put my hand against her cheek to get her to look at me. She did, but her brow furrowed with another cringe, and those pearly gray eyes filled with tears. I leaned back just enough to see what Casey was doing, and then told Echo encouragingly, "You're almost done." I wasn't even sure if she'd heard me, because she growled miserably again, and pulled away from my hand to bump her forehead against the wood. Watching this kind of suffering was torture, and I could only imagine how bad it was for Echo. I had an idea of how to lessen it, and I wrestled with the idea for a few seconds because there were people around, and I didn't want her to get the wrong idea. But then she whimpered sharply, and I couldn't stand it anymore. I forced her to look at me one more time, and then I pressed my lips to hers to try and get her mind off of it. She was in so much pain it didn't seem like she even noticed at first. And the only thing that I could think to do was to make it more sincere. So I did. I kissed her deep enough that I was sure that she couldn't feel anything at all, because she began to return it eagerly. After a few more seconds, I cracked one eye to check if Casey was almost finished. Seeing that she was in the process of taping a piece of gauze on Echo's shoulder, I pulled away. "It still hurts," Echo whispered with a whine, but behind the pain there was a flash of a smile in her eyes. I managed to suppress amused laughter, but couldn't help it that I smirked. "You'll live," I told her, giving her cheek a half-heartedly playful smack. "Thanks, Casey," Echo said gratefully, though I was sure grateful wasn't exactly what she was feeling toward Casey right now. While Casey nodded and gathered the dirty medical supplies, Blake came back over with the kid.
"He hasn't stopped crying,"
he said, and the moment he got close to Echo, the boy stretched his arms out for her. I watched Blake follow Casey back inside, and the reminder of all the injured people in there made my stomach sink with realization. "I'm gonna see if they need help. Are you okay waiting here for a bit?" Echo nodded reassuringly, so I returned inside and made my way to April, who was digging around in a man's leg for a bullet. "How can I help?" I asked, refusing to watch.
"Casey, go get Genevieve the medicine I've been saving,"
she instructed without looking up from her work. Once she pulled the bullet out, she pressed a piece of gauze to the man's leg, and while she applied pressure to it, she moved close to my ear so nobody could hear.
"It's for the bitten who are in a lot of pain. Tell them it's a sedative."
She motioned to my arm where it bends at the elbow.
"Try to get the vein if you can."
Casey came back and handed me 2 small glass bottles of clear fluid and 1 injection needle. "What is it really?" I asked, putting the bottle into the pocket of my jeans and carefully taking the syringe. April gave me a sad, grave look, and I nodded so she wouldn't need to answer. It had to be some kind of euthanasia. I took the syringe to the first of the bite victims, laid out on a table. He had flesh missing all over the place, but it seemed he was in so much pain that he was already in shock. "Sir?" I said, touching his arm to get his attention. The only acknowledgement he gave was turning his eyes on me. "I'm gonna give you a sedative." If he heard me at all, then he was in too much agony to respond. There was a drawn-on line on the syringe, so I stuck the tip into the bottle and filled it to the line. The blue figure of the man's vein was visible through his skin, and since I'd never even held a needle before, I did my best to hold back a cringe while I pushed the pointed tip through his flesh and injected the fluid. The man's eyes found me again, more alert than he'd been the whole time, and my heart sank. I'd killed before, but never an innocent, never looking them straight in the eye. Every time someone in our group got bit, I refused to be the one who killed them, because we'd find a cure, and we couldn't cure them if they were dead. I knew this had to be done. We couldn't have ferals near camp, but it was still gut-wrenching. I could see this man fading. He wasn't focused on me anymore, even though he was still looking at me. He was seeing something else. Then he took one last breath, and his eyes fluttered closed. I couldn't tear my gaze away. I just stared at the body in front of me, at the life that I took, wondering if this is what he wanted, or if it hurt. An agonized cry snapped me out of it. I glanced around to find the next bite victim, and then I steeled myself and moved on. Twice more I injected the poison into civilians' veins. I didn't know how many more times I could handle it. And it was almost with relief that I moved to my last patient. A young woman, in her late 20s maybe, with bites along her arms and a bullet wound in her abdomen. "Ma'am," I began, methodically, already holding the filled syringe in my hand. "Please," she said frantically, putting her hand on my arm and squeezing. "My son. Please tell me they didn't get my son." She was squeezing my arm painfully hard, and it was the first time since I started this that I really felt something. "What's he look like?" I asked. My heart was breaking for her soon-to-be motherless son. I knew what it was like. Nobody should have to suffer it. 6 years old, she said, and she coughed bloody because of the wound in her stomach. "He has black hair and big brown eyes." Now that she said it, I could see the child's face in hers. She looked so much like him, like the child Echo was holding. "He's safe," I told her, and when she instantly released my arm and lay back with relief, tears flooded my eyes. "Does he have a father?" She lifted her head and shook it. "Will you find someone to take care of him?" she asked, eyeing the needle in my hand. She knew the truth, that it was all over. When I nodded, she extended her arm to me willingly. "I'm sorry," I said, in a whisper to hold back more desolate tears as I stuck the needle into her arm. She looked at me, already gaining that faraway look in her eyes, and before she faded completely, she gave me a thankful smile. There was no time to mourn these losses, because someone burst in through the cabin door, and Cap's voice carried over the crowded room.
"I want all my lieutenants and their platoon sergeants at the meeting tent in 10 minutes,
he called, and then I heard him address Blake more quietly.
"McMahon, go find the LTs that aren't here and relay the message."
After he and Blake left, I gave the syringe and bottles back to Casey and met Echo outside. "How's he doing?" I asked, noticing that the little boy was shaking.
"He's freezing,"
she answered, and her eyes scanned my face with concern at how dejected I'd sounded, or maybe even looked. The boy's face was buried in her neck, but when I pulled my gloves out of my back pocket and began to put them on his hands, he raised his head. I tried to give him a comforting smile. "You can keep those, okay?" He sniffled, but immediately stopped shivering so bad with the gloves on. "I want my mom." It was like a stab in the heart, and my eyes filled with tears again. I sniffled too, trying desperately hard to clear them away. Echo heard it and turned around to look at me worriedly.
"Are you okay?"
she asked.
"Did you get hurt?"
"I'm fine," I told her, almost impatiently because I didn't want her to even see me vulnerable. "Let's go." I turned to start leading her to the person I was hoping would look after the kid, but she gently grabbed my arm.
"Genevieve, what?"
"Don't touch me!" I interrupted sharply as I pulled away, but I was teetering on an emotional edge, and it ended up coming out more of a whimper. She opened her mouth to make some kind of protest, but before she could, I repeated pleadingly, "Don't." It didn't matter if we were in the middle of a crisis, and it didn't matter what kind of physical relationship we had. It didn't change anything. and I managed a small glare to remind her of that. Echo nodded compliantly, so I proceeded to lead the way to the familiar campsite. When we got there, I was beyond relieved to see a small blonde head, looking healthy as ever. "Madison! Genevieve!" she shouted happily, running to me and jumping into my arms. I gave the little girl a long hug, and I would have been glad to stay like that until I had my emotions under control. But the night wasn't over, and I had responsibilities. "I'm glad you guys are okay," I told Madison's mom while I set her down. "And you," she said, fondly running her fingers through her daughter's hair when Madison took her side. I smiled gratefully, and then made a deliberate glance toward the child in Echo's arms. "He lost his mom," I said quietly so he wouldn't hear. "Could you take care of him? At least for tonight?" "Of course," she answered willingly, and strode over to Echo to take the kid. It took some prying, but eventually they managed to move his arms from Echo's neck to Helen's. I expressed my gratitude, and then motioned for Echo to follow me back the other direction. "What now?" she asked, taking stride at my side. "Cap wants the LTs and their sergeants in the meeting tent," I told her, adjusting the rifle over my shoulder. "Okay," she said, pausing thoughtfully. "I'll go see if April still needs help in the medical cabin." "I want you in there with me and Blake." She wasn't included in Cap's invitation, but normally, as my sergeant, Blake was supposed to be my partner in everything. Since Echo arrived, she'd taken his position as my partner, though he still maintained the sergeant position. Seeing as Echo was my battle buddy, she was supposed to be everywhere I was. "Is that okay?" she asked, looking over at me in shock. "I don't even have a rank." "I'm making it okay. Just don't cause any problems." She nodded compliantly, and a moment later I mused quietly. "I haven't seen a clan of ferals that big since the outbreak." "You think they're grouping up?" Echo mumbled thoughtfully. "Maybe to make hunting easier." We reached the tent, but that made me stop before wandering in. "If they're smart enough to do that," I said, looking at her and not bothering to conceal the fright that it instilled in me, "then we have things worse than their numbers to worry about." It hadn't quite been 10 minutes yet, but Echo and I were the last to arrive. When Cap saw us walk in, he motioned for everyone to come to his table. "Gather round." We all shuffled to the table, where he'd already laid out his map of the country. "First off, I want to extend my thanks to your soldiers for responding so quickly tonight. Things could have been a lot worse than they were." He was acknowledged with nods all around. "It's obvious. Double patrols aren't working anymore. I wanted you all here, because we need a new solution. Go." Every one of us glanced up and looked around at each other, and for the first time, I noticed that Kellen had snuck in. I ignored it, thinking it couldn't hurt to have more ideas. We stood there in silence for a few minutes, thinking to ourselves. Finally, Home Squad's lieutenant offered, "We could build a wall around camp. We have the manpower." "Pros?" Cap prompted. "We'd be protected," the same lieutenant responded. "It's an easy solution," added his sergeant. "And we're in the forest of building materials." Cap met each of our gazes to see if there was anything else to add. "Cons. It'll take too long," said the sergeant from 2nd Platoon. I saw Echo look at me out of the corner of my eye, and then she added timidly, "Evacuation would be limited if there was a fire." Cap waited another few seconds before rolling his hand in the air. "Okay, next idea. Keep spitting them out."
Go deeper into the woods,
suggested Seconds LT. There were immediate rejections from everyone.
Why can't we go underground?
Asked Holmes Sergeant.
Hey, yeah.
Kellen agreed, and he searched the map on the table for a moment before pointing.
There's an entire business building underground here. Access is through a one-story parking garage. We can't go underground,
Echo said immediately. I was surprised when Holmes Sergeant answered hostilely.
What do you know about it, Raider?
I looked at Blake, reading his preparedness to stop a fight in his expression, but Echo stayed calm.
Down there, the only thing that keeps air circulating is electricity. It's not just ferals we have to worry about if we go into the city. Yeah,
Holmes LT mumbled.
Fucking raiders. Exactly,
Echo said, ignoring the insult behind the remark.
If anyone cuts our power, we're in the dark, and fresh air will be out in no time. Plus, we can't grow food underground. We'd be completely reliant on scavenging. If you're such a genius,
Holmes Sergeant said sarcastically,
then what do you suggest?
Echo glanced at me for permission, and seeing as Home Squad and Kellen were the only ones who looked angry about her input, I nodded her on.
Military bases are fenced, right? I say we go in and clear one out. If we can find a way to electrify the fence, then it'll be protection enough. And we can see threats coming from any direction. You want us to lock ourselves on a base with an X number of ferals and kill them all without any more casualties?
Asked Kellen impatiently.
She didn't say it would be easy,
Blake countered in her defense. She gave him a grateful smile and continued. At the start of the outbreak, everyone tucked tail and hid. I know you guys are looking for a cure, but at what point do we start taking things back? I couldn't help but look at her with surprise. She'd never before mentioned wanting to reclaim anything from the ferals. But she was right. Someday, somebody was going to have to be brave enough to start purging the world of the infection, with or without a cure. Why not us? Starting with a permanent home. I agree with Echo, I said.
Of course you do,
Kellen muttered under his breath. Excuse me? I asked, instantly offended by his tone, and even more so when he rolled his eyes. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Echo had mentioned more than once that Kellen was suspicious of us, and I knew for a fact that's what he was getting at now. What made me even more furious about it was that this was no time for jealousy games. We were trying to have a serious meeting, and I was willing to listen to Echo's input because the safety of everyone at this camp was at stake. It had absolutely nothing to do with sex. I still hated her.
Why don't you tell me?
Kellen challenged. Second Lieutenant Sergeant sighed impatiently.
What's he doing here?
Even Holmes LT felt like he needed to chip in.
Yeah, get him or the bitch out of here,
he said, nodding toward Echo, and I knew he really meant get Echo out. I was not in the mood for this bullshit, and Kellen was making me look like a jackass in front of the camp's leadership. Kellen, go help at the medical cabin, I commanded. He gave an angry huff and stormed toward the door, turning at the last second and pointing at Echo.
What about her?
He asked expectantly. She stays, I said flatly.
LT,
he protested.
She's not?
She stays, I yelled at him angrily, and when he stormed out of the tent, I looked particularly at Home Squad, challenging them to argue it. Nobody said anything in protest, so I resumed deliberately. Pros of clearing a base.
Protection,
listed Blake.
Real buildings, actual houses, or at least a hotel, a hospital. Grass fields to grow crops,
added Seconds LT.
Maybe a stocked armory. Cons,
Cap asked, and we all looked at each other.
nobody having anything negative to say. We all knew the risk of securing it, but it would be worth it.
All in favor.
Everyone agreed, so Cap leaned over the map and studied it in silence while we all watched him.
It's a long ways away, but I think we should take Fort Mayor,
he said eventually, pointing to a spot of land off Interstate 70 near Pittsburgh.
It's got all the buildings we want, but it's small enough that it'll be easiest to clear and the easiest to guard. If memory serves, it's even got a river that runs through it for fresh water source.
Once more there were nods all around.
Barnes,
Cap said to Seconds LT.
I want you to prepare your guys to scout the base. You can leave first thing in the morning if everyone's ready. Strictly recon. Don't engage unless you have to. Yes, sir.
Barnes nodded.
You're free to go,
Cap said to everyone. But I wanted to stay, so I glanced at Blake while everyone filed out. Will you take Echo back to the tent? And so only he would see it, I mouthed, Kellen. It was becoming increasingly clear that Kellen's issue with Echo wouldn't be resolved, and whether I hated her or not, I wasn't sure how heated he still was. I didn't want her being left alone. After the tent had emptied, Cap gave me a small smile.
How are you holding up?
Okay, I answered with a shrug, and trying not to sound argumentative, asked, Why aren't you sending us to scout? My platoon almost always handled the more dangerous city missions. This definitely seemed like one of those. Cap appeared to know what I was thinking, because he chuckled.
You're still my all-star platoon,
he reassured me.
Which is why I need you guys here, protecting the camp while 2nd Platoon is out scouting. I'll send you guys in for the sweep. Don't worry.
I smiled, embarrassedly, trying to think of what to say.
What was that about, with Kellen?
I felt my previous frustration flare back up. But unlike the last months, it wasn't at Echo. It was at Kellen. He has issues with Echo, I answered vaguely. I'll talk to him. Cap nodded, and seeing as it didn't look like he had anything else to say, I stood and said goodbye. The moment I left Cap's tent, I marched to the medical cabin to look for Kellen. The more I thought about it, the more furious I became. But I had to remind myself that I needed to keep controlled. He wasn't Echo. I couldn't be as brutal with him. He'd obeyed my order to help in the medical cabin, and when he saw me standing near the entrance, I motioned for him to follow me. I led him around to the side of the cabin, out of earshot from the bustle inside. Spit it out, I told him briskly, but he raised his eyebrow at me like he didn't know what I was talking about. The issue you have with Echo, or the one that you have with me, what is it?
I don't have an issue with you,
he said calmly. And what is it with Echo? I asked impatiently. I already knew, but I wanted him to say it, so that I could tell him it was none of his goddamn business. He didn't say anything at all. What'd you say to her on the mission the other week? I prompted. He'd obviously said something to provoke her, but by his following silence, he clearly wasn't comfortable enough to say it to me. Instead of responding to my question, he chuckled dryly.
Look at you, defending her. What's gotten into you, LT?
I pursed my lips angrily and took a deep breath to maintain composure. I'm defending her in the same way I'd be defending you, or anyone else who is being provoked in the ways I see you provoke her. I wanted so badly to yell at him so that he'd get the point, but I kept quiet so nobody would hear. What are you trying to get from it, Kellen? What do you want?
I want to take you fishing,
he said with his signature grin. I knew what fishing entailed. It was secluded, just the two of us.
it was a date, or just a good place for him to try to seduce me. But I was so thrown that he was using this opportunity to hit on me that I just stared at him for a few seconds. Then I recovered. I've already told you, we're never gonna happen.
Because of her?
He asked seriously. No, I huffed angrily, or defensively. I wasn't exactly sure how to identify the emotion that struck me. I told you no before she even got here.
But I actually had a chance before she got here.
He retorted shortly.
I could see it on your face. You know, I'm not stupid, Genevieve. I know you were flirting with me to make her jealous.
I squinted at him, half in shock, half in curiosity, trying to figure out what he was attempting to accomplish with this conversation.
Do you just know that she wants you? Or are you actually having sex with her?
Now I was mad. I'd stopped flirting with him. I wasn't leading him on, especially if he'd known the whole time why I was doing it. He had no business asking those kinds of questions. If she wants me, I said apathetically, trying to keep from giving anything away. It's not your place to care. Same goes for if I was having sex with her. His eyes scanned my face, clearly trying to decipher in my expression an answer to his question. It didn't seem like he could figure out the truth, because he tried to be smug again.
I'll let you fuck me to make her jealous.
I blinked at him a couple of times. You aren't joking, I mused in shock, but it instantly turned to rage. That was the most offensive thing he'd ever said to me, if for no other reason than that he was serious, and that he really thought I'd accept. Listen to me, Kellen, and listen good, because I'm only going to say this once, I said, angrily, doing everything in my power not to shout even though I was furious. My answer now is no. My answer will always be no. You don't have to like it, and you don't have to like Echo, but keep it to yourself. I won't tolerate it interfering with the mission anymore. And don't you ever make another display of insubordination like that stunt you pulled in Cap's tent. Do I make myself clear? I could tell by the look on his face that he had another smug, flirtatious comment lined up, so I growled. The only words I want to hear out of your mouth right now are yes, ma'am. His upper lip curled angrily as he muttered,
Yes, ma'am.
I strode away without saying anything else to him. As I walked to my tent, the anger faded, and it gave way to the stresses of the more pressing emotions of the night. The lantern was on when I got there. Echo was up waiting for me with a novel in her hands. I went straight to my cot, collapsing onto the edge so that I could take off my boots. How is it possible to feel overwhelmed and completely empty at the same time? I couldn't believe that our camp was compromised. Couldn't believe we'd lost civilians that I'd sworn to protect. I couldn't get over the sinking, icy knot in my stomach at the lives I had to take. I could feel Echo's eyes on me as I slipped off my boots and then leaned my rifle down against the trunk. When I finished that, I set my elbows on my knees, resting my head in my hands without so much as making a sound. She whispered,
Genevieve.
I gave no response, and a moment later, I felt her sink down at my side.
Are you okay?
All I could do was shake my head, because I didn't want to talk to her, and I didn't want her to see me vulnerable. But despite the kind of anti-relationship we had, Echo always seemed to know what was going on.
What happened in the medical cabin?
I took a deep breath, battling with whether or not I wanted to say it, whether or not I'd break down if I said it. This was too much to keep in. I had to give the bitten a shot, I answered without looking up. Echo was silent for a few moments, and then her hand landed on my thigh.
They were dead the moment they got bit,
she said gently.
That was a mercy.
Innocent people, Echo, I argued weakly. I was mad that she was justifying it for me, but at the same time, it's what I'd expected her to do. I felt so confused at those different needs, and guilty for killing them, and furious at the ferals for doing it, and that muddling was frustrating. They didn't deserve it.
Nobody deserves it,
she offered, and in response, I pushed her hand off of my leg.
You did what you had to do. It's not your fault.
Is that what you tell yourself? I snapped, crushed under the weight of emotions, and I glared at her. Is this how you feel? Day after day? How do you live with yourself? Her face fell, but not with anger or offense. I'd just wounded her, deeply, and she immediately stood, aiming for the door. I'm sorry, I apologized hastily, grabbing her hand in both my own so that she wouldn't leave. That was uncalled for. Please don't go. I pressed the back of her hand to my forehead, in some form of begging. But when I sniffled to clear the tears, my nose was flooded with the smell of smoke from her skin. I'm so sorry, I whimpered. That smell made everything worse. I couldn't protect them, and that's why it was my fault. She slipped her hand out of mine and tenderly ran it down my cheek so that she could cut my face. When the first tear dropped from my eye, she cleared it away with her thumb, and then she tilted my chin up so that I would look at her.
What do you want, Genevieve? If you don't want me to tell you, it's okay.
My gaze fell away from hers unsuredly.
Do you want a shoulder to cry on?
She asked softly.
I won't tell anyone. Or do you want to be alone?
I was so miserable that I didn't reject the affection when her thumb caressed my bottom lip.
Do you want an outlet?
I had no idea what I wanted, or what I needed. My brain was frozen, locked up on the image of the needle. I don't want to be alone. That was all I knew for sure, and that I didn't want to gift Echo with any more emotion. Not being able to find anything else to say, or any other way to express what I was feeling, and what I wanted, I simply laid down on my cot, and Echo's hand fell to her side. I sniffled once more as I lay there, watching while Echo strode over to grab her pillow off of her bed. As she turned off the lantern and everything went dark, I was about to protest her lying down with me. Only that's not what she did. She already knew, just like she always knew. Instead, I heard her sit on the floor at the side of my cot. And after setting the pillow on the edge, she leaned her head back against it. I knew it was uncomfortable. The ground was hard. There was no support for her back. Her burn probably hurt, and the pillow would only cushion her head so much against the metal frame. To express my gratitude, I had the overwhelming desire to set my hand over her shoulder, to let her know that I noticed, to let her know that, in spite of how I felt about her, I appreciated it. But I couldn't complete the motion, no matter how many times I extended my hand, and the conflict within me soaked my pillow with a few extra tears. Chapter 26. Miles on the Other Side. Echo.
My fingers jumped from key to key. and even though I had my eyes closed, I could see each one before I pressed it. I always played better when I couldn't see, when there were no distractions. I knew by heart which notes I'd hear next. Knew by heart that the song I was playing was almost over. It was because I had my eyes closed that I wasn't aware my mom had come in. So when I finished, her voice scared me.
"Sounds like you're lovesick,"
she mused, chuckling when I startled. Once the surprise wore off, I couldn't help but laugh. How do you always know? Her dark, soft blue eyes took me in with a fond smile as she strode across the basement to her painting easel. "You're an artist, sweetheart," she answered. And when she sat down at her stool, she nodded toward the piano in front of me. "Your soul is in the product. You get that from me." She stood up just enough to lean over and plant a kiss on my head. "This big brain of yours that memorizes those songs, you get that from your dad." I smiled, amusedly, thoughtfully pushing down on a key a couple of times. "Is it Genevieve still?" I chewed the inside of my cheek dolefully, while I nodded. "She get another boyfriend?" "No," I replied, laughing at the scolding way my mother asked that. "There was a soccer game last night. She asked me to go." "Why didn't you tell me?" my mom asked with surprise as she dipped 2 different color paints onto the palette to mix them. "I would have taken you." I shrugged, completely unsure of why I didn't go. Now I regretted it, especially since she invited me to the next one. And now that it would be just the 2 of us afterward, I was more nervous than yesterday. At least with other people around, I could keep from being noticed and try to blend in. "I didn't know what it meant," I admitted, absent-mindedly picking at a thread of the cushioned piano bench. "I thought I'd be sitting there, and she wouldn't notice me the whole time, and then I'd come home." My mom hummed. As she dipped her paintbrush into the paint, she asked, "Is that what it really would have meant?" "No," I answered with a sigh, staring into the darkness outside the small basement window near the ceiling. "She wanted me to go for pizza with them afterward." 7 years you've known her." My mother started with a teasing grin. "And finally, some progress." "Wait till I tell you the next part," I mumbled, and she watched me with curiosity. I sort of gave her the excuse that I'm shy. So next week, she said it can just be me and her that go out afterward. "Then what's with the melancholy?" she observed, clearly confused. But after watching me for another few seconds, she understood somewhat. "What are you afraid of?" "Years of expectation," I grumbled honestly. "At least in my daydreams, things go the way that I want them to. She's never given me any reason to think that she thinks of me like that. She's never given me any reason to think that she thinks of me at all." "You want my opinion?" my mom asked, and I shrugged my half-hearted consent. "I think she's finally starting to realize that my baby's too shy, and that she's gonna have to come to you." I huffed with entertained gratefulness. "I just wish I was braver. Like Becca. My sister never had trouble with romance. When she wanted something or someone, she got it, easily." "Let me tell you something about Becca," my mother started, pointing her paintbrush at me for emphasis. "When she was your age, and to this day, your father and I spent many sleepless nights worrying that her bravery was going to get her into some boy trouble." I couldn't help but laugh at that, and I told my mom with a playful shrug, "At least I couldn't get pregnant." She chuckled with equal amusement for a minute, and then her face grew more sympathetic. "But you can still get your heart broken." She turned back to her easel, and I watched every brushstroke with wonder. I wish she'd given me the painting gene. Your painting's turning out really good, I told her after a minute of silence. She leaned back to give it a critical scan. Yeah? Yeah. Might be one of my favorites, I assured her. You should hang it in the living room. Then I think I will, she agreed happily. Since I was done playing piano for the night, I turned around to pull the fall board over the keys. How's Dad? He's sleeping, she answered. Has a pretty bad fever. I'm sure he just needs some rest. I nodded, and when I couldn't help giving another lovesick sigh, she looked over at me with an affectionate smile. Did you know your dad had a girlfriend when we met? I shook my head. We were friends for a long time. I waited and waited, hoping that sometime in the future the stars would align. And they did, I observed cheerfully. My mom nodded and added encouragingly, Patience, sweetheart. She made a final stroke before pointing the brush at me again. That's the foundation of real love. What's the plan? I asked Genevieve as she strode through the entrance of the tent. She'd just returned from meeting with Cap.
Cap wants the civilians to take the day off to be with their families, to try and keep morale up, she answered, sitting down on her cot and leaning back on her hands to wait while I got ready. She looked better than she did last night, albeit a little sleep-deprived, and I could still see the pain in her eyes. It was just like her to feel as though she had to protect everyone. And now I was discovering what happened when she felt like she'd failed. I wished I could tell her that she was being too hard on herself, that she and everyone else had done everything that they could, but I knew that that would only upset her. She didn't seem ready to try and confide in me again either. Sleep had recovered just enough energy for her to close herself off and bottle it up. Second platoon already left to scout that base, Genevieve continued. So we'll be stretched thin today. Home squad's running patrols. Most of our guys are out digging graves, and the rest are rebuilding the cabin that burned down. And you and me? I asked curiously. Finished tying my boots and securing my gun holster around my thigh. After I stood, I stretched my neck side to side, trying to work out the crick from how I'd slept against Genevieve's cot last night. I would have asked her for a massage, if it weren't for the fact that there was no non-flirtatious way of mentioning it, and for the fact that I knew she'd refuse. Plus, I didn't want her hands anywhere near my burned shoulder. Just having my jacket on was irritating. Seeing that I was ready, Genevieve stood, answering as she led the way out of the tent. First we need to go see April. Then the roof of another cabin caved in from the snow a few days ago. We're fixing it. I glanced upward, taking in the gray of the mid-morning sky. It looks like it's gonna snow again. Which is why we have to get it done today, she replied impatiently. I looked over at her, trying to figure out what about my statement had aggravated her. And when she noticed me watching her, she asked shortly, What? Not knowing exactly how to respond, and unable to figure it out, I simply shook my head. Maybe she was just being touchy because of last night. When we got to the medical cabin, we strode in, and I could see Genevieve visibly cringe at the sight of all the injured people still inside. None of them were bitten, though. It seemed all the bitten had been taken care of. The people still recovering in the cabin were the ones who had suffered from other types of injuries. April was making her rounds, checking on all 8 of them when we walked in. And at seeing us, she waved us over to the corner of the cabin, furthest from any of the patients, so that we could talk privately. How you doing? Genevieve asked April. Her eyes kept darting halfway to the patients,
like she wanted to look at them but didn't want to feel the pain that would accompany it. For having survived the last 6 years, I had to admit, it was a shock to me to see Genevieve react so severely to the attack. It was almost like she was taking it personal, but she hid it so thoroughly that the only reason I even noticed was because I knew her so well. Better, now that there's room to breathe, April answered, giving only a half-relieved smile. She looked exhausted. Then she nodded toward Casey. We just need to keep an eye on the patients in here to monitor their wounds for infection.
You have enough antibiotics and stuff?
Genevieve asked, to which April nodded. I absent-mindedly picked up a small, empty medicine vial from the counter beside us. When she saw me glancing at the label, her eyes widened with an almost painful fright, and she scolded in panic.
Put that down!
I set the vial back on the counter, raising a surprised eyebrow at her. She had that inexplicable, annoyed impatience again. But after that, she ignored me to look at April.
Cap said the number you gave him last night wasn't accurate.
April let out a disappointed breath, and I wasn't sure what number they were talking about until she replied. Some of them were hiding their bites. We didn't catch it until the fever set.
How many total?
Genevieve asked. I had been around long enough to know that when she was conducting official business, she used the lingo. However, now, when I expected her to say something like casualties or losses, she seemed to purposefully avoid the words. It was part of her suppressing. That's why she hid it so well. And when April responded with 73, the only sign of anguish Genevieve gave was a subtle swallowing back of emotions. But I noticed. How did they kill so many that quickly? April asked, when neither of us said anything.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about,
Genevieve said, and after finally glancing around the cabin, she moved closer to April to speak quietly.
There were 24 ferals in that clan. I've never seen one bigger than 15, and even that's rare.
April must have been stunned, because she glanced back and forth between Genevieve and I for a minute while it sank in. So they're not just wandering into the woods, April started thoughtfully. You think they're organizing? Genevieve shrugged, pursing her lips skeptically.
When you say it like that, it sounds crazy.
They were quiet for a bit, so I cut in. What if it's not that crazy? I asked, and they both looked at me curiously. Think Darwin.
Survival of the fittest?
Genevieve clarified, appearing a little doubtful. I suppose 6 years is long enough for there to be some level of natural selection, April mused. Think about it, I said hastily, leaning forward with an agitated excitement. At the beginning of the outbreak, it was a mad scramble for the ferals to eat whatever they could. They didn't have to compete for food. And now that food's getting scarce, April mumbled, they're adapting. I glanced over at Genevieve to see whether or not she agreed. She must have, because she was pale. No, April shook her head with disbelief. Adaptability necessitates cognizance. April, they sleep, I said urgently. They're still diurnal. Since the beginning, they've displayed similar social patterns as the uninfected. And last night they plowed through civilians with the process. If that's not even slight cognizance, I don't know what is.
Slow down,
Genevieve cut in impatiently.
In layman's terms, please.
April and I locked gazes for a moment, and then she looked at Genevieve. The ferals are climbing their way to the top of the food chain.
They're getting smarter?
Genevieve asked more specifically. Or they're just starting to use it, I told her. In response, all the blood drained from her face again.
April,
she said in a near whisper.
Will you take this to Cap? Tell him the moment 2nd Platoon gets back, we're gonna clear that base. We're sitting ducks out here.
After April nodded, Genevieve turned to lead me out of the cabin without saying anything else. As I began to follow her to the structure we were supposed to fix today, however, I couldn't stop thinking about it. What if it's true? I considered out loud. Genevieve shot me that familiar shut-up warning look, but I was too interested to take much notice. What if they're capable of problem-solving? Or communication?
Stop talking about it,
Genevieve begged. I was too caught up in it to even really have heard her. That can't be possible, though. At least not communication. Maybe not even problem-solving. There can't be anything logical left in there. But if they're adapting... Next thing I knew, Genevieve had stopped and grabbed my coat in her fist.
Echo, stop talking about it,
she growled pleadingly. What's the matter? I asked with concern, taking in her worried expression. Her eyebrows furrowed, and looking scared, she mumbled,
You're freaking me the hell out.
I'm sorry, I told her sincerely, setting my hands on hers to get her to let me go. I won't mention it anymore. She released her hold on me, and like earlier, she seemed to get annoyed for no apparent reason.
Whatever,
she grumbled angrily, turning in the direction of the cabin again. I ignored the fact that she was being overly sensitive today and trailed behind her. When we finally reached the cabin we were supposed to be working on, and I got my first glimpse of the damage, I was almost afraid to go in. A whole half of the roof had collapsed, and now there was broken wood and piles of snow littering the inside. It would take us at least half the day to make repairs. By the looks of this place, it seemed almost lucky the camp got attacked last night, because if the family had been inside when this happened, they could have been killed.
Here,
Genevieve said, grabbing the shovel that was leaning up against the outside.
The diggers could only spare one. We'll have to take turns.
Yeah, make me start the bitch work, I protested quietly, taking a cautious step into the cabin. When I got close to where the roof had collapsed, I stretched the shovel upward and poked at what remained, testing its stability. Is this even safe? Genevieve came in after pushing a wheelbarrow, and once she'd positioned it near the start of the snow pile, she hopped up to sit on the single table in the cabin.
The guys already cleared off the rest of the snow up there. It's fine.
Okay, I mumbled unsuredly, and as I made my first stab at the debris, I looked over at Genevieve. You just sit there and look pretty, I told her sarcastically.
I'll dump the wheelbarrow after you fill it,
she replied flatly, not even looking entertained by my teasing.
And who's the boss here? Stop complaining.
You're not the boss of me, I playfully muttered under my breath.
You're a soldier now, aren't you?
She asked seriously. Maybe taking it out on me was a way of dealing with the drama from the ferals, or with having to kill some of the infected last night. But she sounded impatient again.
And you work faster if you stop talking.
Either way, I rolled my eyes and tossed my next scoop of snow and wood into the wheelbarrow. When it was filled, Genevieve pushed it outside and dumped the contents, and then she returned it to me. I filled it once more, and by that time I could already feel the burn in my arms. Work like this was new to me, and frankly, I'd never been robust or muscular. In need of a break, I handed the shovel to Genevieve, and she took it with something of a scowl on her face. I ignored the look, even though it gave me the slight twinge of aggravation, and raised myself up onto the seat she'd been occupying during my shoveling shift. Genevieve made a powerful stab at the snow, lifting a large scoop, dumping it, and immediately going back for another. She wasn't just using her arms and back like I'd been. She was putting her whole body into it. And she certainly did have the most perfect ass. It was because of her long, athletic legs. She was toned for someone so scrawny. Then she caught me looking at her and made a deliberately annoyed motion to the full wheelbarrow. With another roll of my eyes, I carted it outside, lifting it to dump the debris into the pile Genevieve had started at the side of the cabin. After pushing it back in, I resumed my position, watching her begin to fill it once more. She only filled it halfway before giving an irritated sigh and turning to me.
"Will you stop staring at me?"
she groaned. I hadn't necessarily been checking her out that time. I was just bored. "What else am I supposed to look at?" I asked, growing even more irked by the random instances of attitude she'd been giving me all morning. I was there last night too, and I'd had to kill Bitten before. I wasn't acting like a bitch over it.
"Anything,"
she grunted, stabbing her shovel under another scoop,
"else?"
I purposefully moved my eyes around the rest of the cabin, doing such a thorough job of not looking at her that she had to alert me when the wheelbarrow was full again, which she did, grudgingly. After I'd returned from dumping it, she shoved the shovel into my hands and hopped up onto the table. It was silent for a few minutes, and then Genevieve mused scornfully.
"How is it that you can take a guy like Helen down, but you can't shovel snow worth shit?"
"Fighting isn't all about strength," I scowled at her, feeling another bar of my tolerance meter wasted. "And not everyone's a star athlete like Genevieve Moretti."
"It doesn't take talent to use a shovel,"
she laughed. This time, I glanced over at her with amusement, because it had finally dawned on me why she was being so hot-tempered. The laugh gave her away. Last night, I'd offered myself if she needed an outlet, and since she'd pretty much declined, I didn't think she'd want it anytime soon, especially since I could tell she hadn't completely recovered from the attack. But I'd caught on to the fact that sometimes she provoked me, so she'd have an excuse to kiss me. Now that I thought that that's what she was doing, I decided it might be fun to hold out on giving her what she wanted as long as possible. The only problem with holding out was that it irritated me that she thought starting an argument was the only way that she could get it, successfully making holding out counterproductive. When I didn't respond, Genevieve was quiet while she thought of something else to say.
"I'm surprised you remembered my last name."
"I remember a lot of things about you," I huffed, panting a little since I was exerting myself to try to get her off my back.
"I remember yours too,"
she said gently, appearing not to be trying to aggravate me by saying it. But it did. More than anything she'd said so far, because that part of me was gone, and I'd told her that. "I don't have a last name," I grumbled, while I turned to dump a final scoop on the now full wheelbarrow. And I could see her eyebrows furrow with annoyance at my annoyance. She got off the table to grab the cart, but stood there before pushing it away to argue.
"Yes, you do."
I looked straight into her rich brown eyes, growling seriously. "Don't say it." Her gaze dropped to my lips, and I almost thought she was going to say it just to piss me off. That way she'd have her excuse. Instead, she began to push the cart outside, and I popped my hands on the end of the shovel to wait for her to return. Once she got back, she set the wheelbarrow beside me, and as I turned to shovel another scoop, I heard her say mischievously,
"Blair."
"Would you knock it off?" I shouted angrily, hitting my tolerance limit as I threw the shovel down and turned on her. It wasn't just that she was being annoying, but hearing that word, hearing a part of my name, it made me feel guilty and defensive and furious, all in one overwhelming rush. It stung worse than Casey scrubbing my burn did. I know you're trying to make me mad so that you'll have an excuse to get in my pants. She looked surprised that I'd pointed it out, but she still managed to sound offended.
Screw you.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Even knowing why she was doing it didn't help curb my temper, and I stepped up to her furiously. But what the hell do you do in return? Because you always walk away before I can try to give back. I already told you, you won't break me. She was beyond surprised now, and she took an intimidated step away. Do I have to yell at you like you do? I shouted, advancing irately. Do you want me to push and shout and shove? I pushed her shoulders repeatedly, following her backward to the rear of the small cabin. Do I have to back you into a corner? I said as her back hit the wall. And when she put her hands on my shoulders to try and stop me from advancing, I grabbed her wrists, slamming them to the wall above her head and pressing my body against hers. Keep you there so I can fuck you and then walk away like you mean absolutely nothing to me? Don't think you— Shut up, Genevieve, I ordered impatiently, and her mouth closed with emphasis. Her eyes set to scanning my face with complete shock, and she wasn't the only one who was shocked. I was surprised at myself, and at the fact that the sex was having a bigger effect on me than I thought. I said she wouldn't break me, but that outburst was nothing but building frustration, and I regretted it instantly, especially because now I wanted to know what she'd been about to say, and it was too late to ask. I took a deep breath to calm down, to let the regret sink in. And in those moments, I glanced downward to where I was still pinning her against the wall. I could see from here that her knuckles were already an angry red from me slamming them so hard. In my recompense, I watched my thumb run over them tenderly, trying to rub out the pain. And I felt so bad for getting that mad that my lips pursed in an apologetic smile. It's just— I sighed, releasing the last of my frustration. And after caressing her knuckles one more time, I pressed my palm flat against hers. You don't have to start a fight whenever you want me. I finally met her gaze, and she didn't look intimidated anymore, or upset, or annoyed. Her eyes delved into mine and fell to my mouth. And instead of saying anything, the only response she gave was that her fingers slipped between my own, and they curled gently around my hand. It was more of a response than I'd been expecting. So after scanning her face for any signs of protest, I tilted my head forward, pressing my lips to hers in a careful peck. It felt like only a moment later that she urgently pulled her other hand out from under mine, and at the same time she wrapped it around my neck to pull me closer. Her lips parted, and the kiss deepened. I'd never felt more instantly consumed by anything in my life. And despite all the times we'd been together since this started, she'd never kissed me like this. There was something so bewitchingly raw in the desire behind every movement of her lips, behind every touch of her tongue. Something pure in the pouring forth of her longing that was so tangible I could taste it. I wanted to indulge in it forever, wanted her to kiss me like this every time, because she was kissing me, and she was doing it like she couldn't get enough, like this was her art, and her soul was in it. but I doubted that we'd be alone for long. And I didn't think whatever mood had struck her would last. This was my chance to see just how much she truly wanted me, and maybe to make her want me even more. My free hand immediately dropped to her waist, and after deftly undoing the bottom of her jeans, I set it on her hip for only a moment to give her a chance to deny me. She didn't hesitate, not in the way that she pulled me closer, not in the way that she was kissing me. So I let my hand wander beneath her clothing. The moment I touched her, the grip in the hand holding mine tightened, and she took in such a jolted breath that she didn't let it out again until nearly 10 seconds later. I didn't know what to expect from Genevieve, whether she'd be overly accepting of my touch, whether she'd be as vocal as I was, or if her body would express how much she wanted me with the same intensity her kiss did. She was so quiet, but everything else about her was begging me not to stop. Her breathing was rapid and labored. I had to press myself harder against her to keep her in place, because she was so earnestly pushing her hips into my hand. If it was possible, she kissed me more passionately, more desperately. And every other second, there was a pleasured twitch in the fingers against my neck. But of course, it wasn't going to last.
Genevieve?
At the deep, familiar voice, Genevieve instantly pushed me away and frantically rushed to redo the button of her jeans.
Everything okay?
She had them done, right as Kellen appeared in the doorway.
I heard yelling.
She looked both panicked and flushed. Her cheeks were rosy, and she was still struggling to breathe. But she managed to force out, "Everything's fine." As she looked at me, she pressed the back of her hand above her upper lip, subtly trying to dab away the excited sweat that had formed there. She was definitely panicking at almost being caught, but now there was an unfamiliar fear in her eyes. After taking a few more seconds to compose herself, she leaned close to whisper in my ear, and she sounded unexpectedly angry. "Don't ever touch me like that again." I pulled back to look at her in confusion, but she didn't return my glance, and instead hurried across the cabin, past Kellen without so much as looking at him, and disappeared out of the door. My confusion was instantly replaced by frustration, and I turned to kick my boot against the wall. "God damn it!" I hissed angrily. I didn't care if Kellen was watching me. It was his fucking fault Genevieve ran away in the first place. Always getting in the goddamn way. I had to go after her. I paced toward the entrance of the cabin, intent on ignoring Kellen completely. But as I passed him, he grabbed my arm to stop me. My first instinct, through the frustration and my hatred for him, was to put him on his ass. But at the back of my mind, I could hear Genevieve telling me to walk away.
"You keep your hands off of her,"
Kellen sneered, squeezing harder for emphasis. "She's not your girlfriend, Kellen," I told him savagely, meeting his eyes with a glare. "And what I do or don't do with my hands is none of your fucking business." I tried to walk away after that, but since he still had a grip on me, he pulled me back. Walk away. I was gonna do everything I could not to fight him, but I was sure as hell gonna defend myself if he tried anything. I let him stare me down for a few seconds to let him know I wasn't afraid of him, and then I scowled fiercely. "Let go." It seemed he wasn't intent on making the first move toward starting a fight. With a rebellious glower, he gave me a rough push as he released my arm. I stormed off before he could say anything else to me, and hurried to the tent to see if that's where Genevieve had gone. She was there, but the moment I burst in, she sighed like I'd been annoying her and made for the exit, Don't walk away, I begged, stepping between her and the door. She stopped and folded her arms across her chest, looking at me expectantly. Only I hadn't thought of what to say, and I had no idea how to start. In so many ways, what just happened was unlike every other time it happened. But I had no idea how to put those differences into words. When I couldn't find the words, Genevieve made a move to pass me.
I have nothing to say to you.
I scooted over so I was standing directly in front of her again, and then carefully took her face in my hands to get her to look at me, to will her into the temperament I'd experienced in the cabin. She looked at me, but it was with a glare as she ordered,
"Take your hands off of me."
I obeyed, and I dropped my arms to my sides with a disappointed sigh. Why are you mad at me? Her brown eyes lost the defiance and fell away, either unable to come up with or refusing to answer. Did you not want me to? I'd been confused immediately after the fact, but now that she wasn't even answering me, the confusion was so bad it hurt. Can I kiss you again? No, she replied instantly. I'd never seen her look so guilty. But I didn't think that she had anything to feel guilty about. Then what do you want? I entreated desperately. Nothing in my life had ever felt more right. I couldn't understand what I'd done wrong. Still unable to meet my gaze, she glanced toward the door.
I want to leave.
Look at me, Genevieve, I requested pleadingly. I couldn't read her when she wouldn't, and none of this made sense. Look at me! She took a deep breath before finally looking into my eyes. What are you afraid of? Now she wouldn't look away. But she didn't want to answer that either. Are you afraid of me? The Genevieve I was talking to now was a complete 180 of the Genevieve that had been kissing me. And it hurt so bad, I was on the verge of tears. No, she said confidently. Then I had to sniffle so none of them would fall. Then what? She was silent for nearly a minute, like she was thinking about how to answer.
I want to leave,
she eventually repeated quietly. I just couldn't let her walk away. Not without her giving me some kind of an explanation. Without her acknowledging, too, that it was different. Do you want me? She nearly glared, but it was where her unfailing honesty betrayed her, because she was persistent in keeping a lie from me. Damn it, Genevieve, say something!
What do you want me to say?
Her voice rose out of sheer exasperation, but despite the incomprehensible anxiety in her expression, she forced away the exasperation so that she could say coldly,
There's nothing to talk about. You're reading too much into it.
I'm reading too much into it, I repeated in disbelief, doing everything in my power to ignore the stab that put in my chest.
Yes, she sighed. It's not a big deal.
It is a big deal, I countered impatiently, finding the strength to make the tears dissipate upon the rise of fresh frustration. You made it a big deal when you freaked out enough to tell me never to do it again. She shrugged apathetically.
Maybe I didn't like it.
Bullshit, I spat instantly, and even though I knew it, my voice didn't portray my confidence. You want me.
Jesus,
she groaned.
Why are you trying so hard to make this more than it is?
You know why, I responded, growing aggravated that she wouldn't say anything straightforward. Is this a part of your game? I asked bitterly. addressing the only other reason I could think for her shifting so dramatically between the ways she treated me. If it is, it's messed up, even for you. Just thinking about it turned my bitterness to anger. If it is, it's cruel, and you know that. And fuck you!
You want to know what I was going to tell you on mission before you got in a fight with Kellen?
She said, her eyebrows furrowed defensively, but she didn't wait for me to consent.
It's the same reason I didn't want to let you touch me. Because I know you're convinced you can make me fall for you. And I knew if I let you do it, you'd react like this. But I have nothing to give you.
She patted her hand flat against her chest.
There's nothing here.
I wanted to tell her that that was bullshit too. Because I knew she was capable of feeling for me. If she'd just forgive me. Instead, trying to get her to admit it was different, I asked, "Then why'd you let me do it this time?" Revenge or desire? Those were the only two reasons I could think of. But she wouldn't admit to either one. She tried to bypass me so that she wouldn't have to answer, but I moved in front of her again.
You're not gonna let me leave until I say something.
I shook my head, and she sighed impatiently.
Fine. I'm only human, okay? I get urges and I make mistakes, just like everyone else.
We both know that's a fucking cop-out, I told her, gravely, feeling that despair set in my chest again.
It is what it is, Echo,
she answered, and I could tell by the cold, distant look on her face that she was done talking about it.
If you don't like it, then don't let me fuck you anymore, but at least do yourself a favor and let it go.
She started forward to pass me once more, and when I stood in place, she met my gaze sternly.
Move.
Will you just... I started, swallowing past the severely let down lump in my throat. Answer one yes or no question, please. She raised her eyebrows impatiently, prompting me for the question. Was it about revenge? If it was, then she was one hell of an actress, and it was working like a charm. She scanned my face for a thoughtful moment, and when she did, I felt that confusion again. She was honest. I believed her when she said that she'd never lied to me, but her actions hadn't matched her words. Her voice was cold and cruel, but when those dark eyes met mine, they were full of pain, so visible it broke my heart. I could see the split. There was something there. She just didn't know it because it was masked by a more powerful hatred. And even if she never lied to me, I was convinced she was lying to herself. The worst thing about it was that I couldn't point it out to her. Whatever part of her that was starting to like me paled in comparison to the part of her that still hated me. I did have to let what just happened go, because she'd slipped. She'd forgotten herself for a moment, and I'd taken advantage of it.
Which part of it?
She asked. But before I could respond, she said,
I'll let you speculate about to which the answer is no.
I opened my mouth to protest, to tell her that that wasn't a fair response. But as she brushed past me to the door, she added,
We still have work to do.
And then she was gone. I hovered around inside the tent for a little while, recovering from the agony it seemed I'd never escape. When I felt more composed, when I bit back the emotion and felt that I could talk to her again without getting upset or angry, I made my way back to the cabin. Genevieve was shoveling snow when I got there, and if it weren't for a slight pause in work the moment I walked in, I would have thought she didn't notice me. I hopped up onto the table to wait until the wheelbarrow was full, and on her next turn to dump the shovel's contents, she passed me a brief glance. It appeared the time apart had given her time to compose herself too. Now that she wasn't panicked, she didn't have to be defensive, and when she finally spoke, she sounded at ease.
I'm sorry I let it go that far,
she said candidly, making another stab at the debris. I don't want an apology, I told her glumly. She was quiet for a few seconds, making another scoop.
It's the only card on the table.
I could do metaphors too, especially if it meant teasing her. But I was still so let down from our conversation that my voice didn't come out playful. But it's not the only one you're holding. It came out pleading.
Echo,
she sighed gently, finally stopping her work to look at me.
I told you
Don't, I interrupted, not wanting to bear another pang of her deceiving herself. I was pretty sure I understood better than she did. And for so many reasons, I didn't want what we had to end, even if it was killing me. So tensing one side of my mouth in a forgiving smile, I told her reassuringly, "You won't break me." She made to bury the spade into the snow, but stopped short to give me a glare when the implications of what I'd said sank in.
I still hate you.
There was such a playful glint in her eyes that it almost sounded like an endearment, and I couldn't help but chuckle as I jumped down to cart the wheelbarrow outside. Well, I still think you're a bitch. Then I called over my shoulder sarcastically when I started for the door. No offense. Patience. That's what it would take. Even if my progress the last few months had been painfully slow, it was still progress. And two things I was completely sure of now. The first was that, whatever I was doing, it was working. Genevieve could say that she hated me, but there were things about me that she liked, because there wouldn't be progress if that weren't true. The second, progress or not, I couldn't push her any harder than I was. What I was doing now, being myself, it was working. And from the conversation in the tent, it was clear that trying to get her to admit anything would only make her defensive. I had to tough it out, no matter how bad it hurt. Guess it's a good thing I was no stranger to pain. Chapter 27. Out in the Dark. Dugan. Are you sure you're ready? I asked Kara worriedly, my eyes running over the wound on her head. She dropped her chin to look at me scoldingly, because I couldn't even count the number of times I'd asked on both hands. We'd hung around Van's place for a couple of days to let the slight concussion Kara sustained subside. The whole time it was obvious that both she and Namiko were impatient to leave, and I couldn't blame them. This place was still creepy, even without Van lurking about. But I wouldn't risk running into danger not having Kara healthy enough to run.
Yes,
she groaned. And then motioning toward me, she glanced over at Namiko playfully.
You see what I have to deal with?
Namiko's gaze met mine, and even though there was a spark of amusement in her eyes, she appeared too afraid to laugh openly. Kara had been trying the last couple of days to make the woman feel more comfortable, and I chuckled at her teasing to let Namiko know it was okay. But it seemed she was terrified of offending me. Okay, I consented, with an amused smile, and then set to scanning the weapons we'd laid out on the table. They were all here, along with the ammunition I'd stuffed into our slowly emptying duffel bag, so I handed Kara her axe and her shotgun. I know you know how to use this, I said lightheartedly,
picking up Van's pistol and extending the grip toward Namiko. She looked from me to the gun, but a whole minute passed without her taking it from me. I couldn't be sure whether she didn't want the weapon, or whether she just didn't trust me enough to reach for it and put herself in striking distance, so I put it back on the table to give her a chance to grab it on her own. Then I put my own rifle over my shoulder and shoved the knife into the sheath clipped to my belt. I'd forgotten about my jacket, which I'd thrown over the back of a chair, but when it caught my eye, I hesitated. Our first stop after leaving this place was to get Namiko a heavy jacket and some tennis shoes. Both of these Van had taken from her years ago, so she'd be less inclined to run away. Something I'd discovered from Kara, who Namiko at least said a few things to when I wasn't around. With some difficulty, we'd convinced her to wear Van's shoes until we got her a pair that fit properly, but it was uncertain how long it would take to find what we needed, and everything about Namiko was delicate. Her gentle face and small features, her fair skin, her long, thin limbs. With how little meat she had on her bones, she needed the jacket more than I did. I could stand the chill for a few hours. Pulling the jacket off the chair, I held it in my hands towards Namiko, offering to help her get into it. You can use mine until we find you one. But I must have extended it too quickly, because she took an intimidated step back and shook her head. It's okay, I assured her gently, but thought it might work better if I phrased my request as more of a question. Please? I don't want you to be cold when we leave. Namiko's dark gaze wandered past me, and out of the corner of my eye, I could see Kara nod at her encouragingly. She turned, just slightly, looked at me with clear distrust, and then slid her first arm into the coat. She swiveled around to put her second arm through, turning enough to watch me guardedly again. It made me afraid to even touch her accidentally, so I pulled the coat up and set it on her shoulders more soft and slowly than I'd ever done anything in my life. When it was done, she pursed her lips in the smallest of grateful smiles, and trying not to make her too uncomfortable, I gave a brief nod and looked over at Kara. Are you sure you...
Dukin,
Kara interrupted with an entertained giggle.
My head's fine. I'm ready to get on the road again.
Laughing at my own amusement, I glanced around one last time to make sure we hadn't forgotten anything, and noticed that Namiko had taken the pistol I'd set on the table for her. We had all of our belongings, so without saying anything else, I opened the only exit with the key I'd taken from Van's pocket, and Kara's new dog went bounding down the stairs ahead of us. It was colder outside now than it had been when we first arrived, and it made me both glad and disappointed that I'd given Namiko my jacket. Do you know anywhere nearby that we could find you shoes and a coat? I asked the woman, hoping she'd been around the city before Van captured her. That way we wouldn't have to spend all night searching. She'd come out of the building a few paces behind Kara and I, and now she was standing near the door, staring in every direction, wide-eyed. I couldn't decide whether she was terrified or relieved at finally being out in the world again, until she tilted her chin up and took in a deep breath that her chest visibly rose under my baggy jacket. Kara and I walked nonstop in the open every night, but it was such a beautiful thing to see Namiko appreciating something so simple as fresh air. It made me think I'd been taking even a bare act of living for granted. Her wonder was cut short by a shiver. As she pulled her coat tighter around her, she looked up and down the streets thoughtfully, like she was finally considering my question. It had clearly been years since she'd been outside, so I doubted if she'd even remember where exactly a store was, if she'd known in the first place. After a minute, her lips moved, and it sounded as though she'd barely whispered the word, maybe. We'll follow you, I told her when she glanced over at me for instruction. She took a couple of hesitant steps eastward, and then paused, peeking back over her shoulder to make sure we were coming. Kara immediately took place at Namiko's side when she noticed the unsure search, and in response, Namiko continued with her next few steps. I matched pace at the opposite side of the woman, though I maintained a couple of feet's distance to keep from making her nervous. Even Wolf, who had grown attached to Kara because she'd taken it upon herself to feed him, trotted close to her leg, so that we were making our way down the sidewalk in a neighborly row. I'd like to have said that the night was quiet, but a softly howling wind cut through around the corners of every building. It whipped through my thin shirt and chilled me to the core. After about 15 minutes of walking, I folded my arms over my chest to try to preserve some heat. That only worked for a little while longer, and then all I could do was hope that we were getting close to the place Namiko seemed to be taking us. Eventually she slowed, though by the fact that I couldn't see a clothing store and that her head was turning searchingly, I figured she didn't know exactly where we were. "Is it close?" I asked through a shiver. Namiko gave the smallest shrug, still peering around inquisitively. Another minute passed, the swivels of her neck growing more and more frantic, and then she whimpered, throwing her hands behind her head in a panic. At first I didn't know what to make of it. At the back of my mind, there was the slightest wonder about her mental stability. It only lasted a couple of moments until I realized she was terrified I'd be upset. "Hey," I said in hasty reassurance. "It's okay. We'll find it." I undoubtedly felt sympathy for her. It wasn't her fault Van had abused her, but at the same time, I felt a hint of frustration stemming from my own fear. This wouldn't do. The old saying from my childhood sports years echoed in my ears. You're only as strong as your weakest player. Kara was everything, my priority. I could do my best to protect them both, but I had to be sure Namiko would do her part. I had to be sure that I could rely on her. The mere thought of me being upset was almost too much for her. How would she hold up under worse pressure? She didn't have to talk to me if she never wanted to, but she had to trust me enough not to have a panic attack every time I might get impatient over something. "Namiko," I started gently, making my way to her. She composed herself a little, but she was still too afraid to make eye contact. "Don't worry about it. We'll walk around until we find it." She gave a hurried nod. "It's okay to look at me," I told her amiably, though there was an urgent sternness in my tone. "Can you do that?" It took a few seconds, but gradually she turned her eyes to mine. "I won't ever lay a hand on you. I promise," I said seriously. "You're part of our group now. We're a team. You have thoughts and a voice." Her gaze dropped insecurely. "I'd like to hear them. It's your right to use them." She looked at me again, timidly studying my expression before she set to searching the area once more. She hadn't nodded or said anything in return, but it appeared she understood, because her examination was calm and thoughtful. I began searching too, specifically for a bus stop to see if there was a map of the city at it, but it was too dark to see far in any direction. "If you aren't sure which way is likely, we can wander." It was silent for nearly another minute, and then her hand came out like she was going to set it on my shoulder to get my attention. Only she didn't touch me, still too apprehensive, and her hand hovered an inch away. When I gave her my attention, she had a pleased, almost smile on her face, and she pointed down one of the streets nearby. I grinned approvingly and motioned her on, Kara and I striding once more at her sides. We followed this road past 2 more streets and then veered a block northward. When we came to a stop, It was right in front of a small thrift store. Using my palm, I smeared a thick layer of dust from the window, then cupped my hands around my brow to peer inside. I could just make out the shimmer of circular clothing racks and the dark framework of rows of shelves. Sometimes shops had bright linoleum floors, and you could see the outlines of ferals before even stepping foot inside. This little store, however, had what appeared to be dark carpet, and the shadow masked nearly everything below waist level from sight. "Got your axe ready?" I whispered to Kara while I pulled my own knife from its sheath. After she'd nodded, I turned to Namiko. "Try not to use the pistol." Even though she had unaccounted years before being with Van, and therefore probably already knew, I added anyway. The ferals are attracted to noise. As if to make me feel like a complete dumbass, the second I began to pull open the door, it made a metallic ding against a bell hanging on the inside. The sound was immediately met by sleep-disturbed snarl. I instantly let the door fall shut, moving to the side while each of us crouched down beneath the view of the windows. But I kept my head close to listen for the sounds that filtered from the shop. "How many does that sound like to you?" Kara's lips pursed with concentration.
I don't know. 3?
It wasn't until she answered that I realized I'd been mistaking some of Wolf's own growling for the sound of ferals. And when I noticed that, my heart dropped. "Shut him up," I whispered frantically, daring to peek over the low wall through the window to check if any of the ferals could hear him. Kara put her hand on the dog's neck, shushing it, repeatedly until it quieted. All the while, my mind was turning. 3 wasn't so bad. We could handle that. "Kara, post yourself on the other side of the door. I'll tell you when to swing. Swing hard." While she moved across the entranceway to the other side, I looked again at Namiko, who was breathing heavily but sitting still with a surprising amount of composure. "All I need you to do is hold the door open." When she consented with a tentative nod, I stood a good 8 feet from the entrance, made sure Kara was prepared with her axe already wound up, grabbed the scruff of Wolf's neck so that he wouldn't charge in while I held my knife in the other hand, and then I gave Namiko the okay. The bell chimed as she pulled the door open, and the sound resulted in more vicious snarls that were instantly reciprocated by the canine at my side. The growls were getting closer, but it wasn't fast enough for my wildly pumping heart. I let out an exposed whistle. In response, there was a swift thud of feet against the carpet inside, and the first real feral appeared through the doorway. It didn't seem to know where the sound was coming from, only that it had come from somewhere nearby. So I whistled again, a sarcastic wolf-like whistle that made Kara huff with amusement, and called, "Hey!" The creature's head turned at the same time that 4 others reached its side. "Oh shit," I mumbled at seeing the extra bodies, and my grip tightened on Wolf's neck as he lurched forward ferociously. 3 of the 5 ferals roared, and each of them came sprinting toward the door, but I waited, counting down the seconds. "Swing!" Kara brought her arms around hard, burying the head of the axe deep into the first feral that came through the door. The creature buckled over in the doorway, causing the ones behind it to bottleneck. The instant I released the canine, it rushed forward, vaulting over the buckled feral and planting its teeth firmly around the throat of the one behind it. Kara yanked her axe out of the first feral, and when it dropped to the ground, Wolf followed with the second limp body, still shaking his massive head back and forth. The third feral was short-sighted, so as it threw itself down on top of the recovering dog, Kara swung again, catching the next monster on its way out. Now I shot forward, knowing Kara would already be heartbroken if something happened to that dog. I made the briefest slash with my knife at the back of the feral on top of Wolf, and when it reared up furiously, I buried my blade into its chest. Kara had hit her second feral so hard that she was struggling to pull the head of her axe out. So when I glanced up, I could see that the final feral had its sights set on her. At the same time, its knees bent to jump for her. I sprang, leading with my knife. I buried it once more into the creature's chest, but I'd hit it so hard that we went tumbling back into the store. When we came to a halt, I instantly rolled away from it in case it was still breathing, preparing to counter another attack. After I was sure it was dead, I did a hasty scan of the interior for any remaining ferals. "All clear," I called hurriedly, knowing it was possible the ferals in the surrounding buildings had heard the commotion. "Get inside, quick." The fight had been short, but that didn't mean I wasn't out of breath. So I shrugged the duffel bag of food off of my back before standing up, too tired to rise with the additional weight. All three of my companions entered, but Kara didn't come all the way in.
"Dugan, the bodies are blocking the door."
I grabbed the first article of clothing I saw, a t-shirt from a nearby rack, and strode over to the dead feral. Touching these things any more than I had to was the last thing that I wanted to do, so I used the shirt to create a barrier between the flesh of my palms and the feral's ankles. I dragged the first one outside, and as I made to step back into the store to grab the next one, I heard a rumbling growl from the nearby alley. My heart started pounding all over again. There was no time to drag them all outside and risk being seen. I had to pull them inside, and I did it so rapidly that almost insufficiently that they were piled on top of each other just an inch past the barrier. But it was enough for the door to shut. I pulled it closed and backed away from the windows. "Try to keep your lights off for a while," I told my allies. "Namiko, the store is yours." Even in the dark, I could see her eyes wander to the lifeless bodies near the entrance.
"Thank you,"
she said eventually, and even though she'd spoken so quietly I almost didn't hear her, it had sounded like there was an overwhelmingly emotional amount of gratitude in her voice. I grinned my courteous response. While she wandered off to begin her search, I glanced around, wondering what else was in here that we could take. The shop was small enough that I could see Kara had already made her way down an aisle near the back, and even from here I could hear her give an excited cry. "What'd you find?" I asked curiously, as I made my way over. It took everything in me not to roll my eyes when she held up a dark leather dog collar, but I couldn't repress the chuckle.
"It's even got an ID tag on it already,"
she beamed. I held my hand out for it. "What's it say?" When she gave it to me, I took the tag between my fingers and angled outwards towards the windows until the moonlight from outside played off the engraving enough for me to read it. Rocky. I thought the dog's name was Woof.
"Semantics, semantics."
She waved me off and took the item back to place it around the canine's neck.
"He needs a proper collar."
I smiled my amusement as I continued down the aisle to check out the various knickknacks. At the end of it, I reached a selection of posters and artwork, and one in particular caught my eye. It was a movie poster for an old zombie film. The main monster on the front was decayed, its skin falling off and walking on a bent ankle, with a whole blurred-out mob of zombies behind it. "Kara, look," I said amusedly, pulling the poster from the section and holding it up so that she could see. "They got it all wrong." She snorted with laughter, extending her arms ahead of her as she started toward me and groaned.
"Brains."
I chuckled and turned around to put the poster away. I only had my back turned for a moment before Kara's hands grabbed at my face.
"Brains,"
she groaned again, pushing onto her tiptoes to try and wrap her arms around my neck. I couldn't help laughing now. "Get out of here, creature feature," I chuckled. Ducking out of her grasp before she could react, I bent over enough to grab behind her knees, and then I threw her over my shoulder. "No room for zombies in here," I told her playfully. Guess I'm gonna have to throw you outside." Kara was giggling with entertainment, but the moment I took a step of teasingly carrying her toward the door, Wolf jumped up. He must have thought I was trying to hurt her, because his teeth nipped at my thigh. Ow! I nearly dropped Kara, and set her down rapidly to avoid getting bit again. At least he didn't break skin, I think. "That dog really likes you," I grumbled lightheartedly, rubbing the pain out of my leg. Kara gave a proud smile.
"It's 'cause I found him an awesome collar."
"It's because you feed him," I corrected with an amused huff. "Be careful with him, though," I warned more seriously, leaning over enough to check for a tear in my jeans. "He can't get infected, but who knows if he's carrying." At that, Kara's face twisted with worry.
"Are you okay?"
Yeah, I'm fine," I told her reassuringly. "He didn't break skin." Out of the corner of my eye, I could see a still figure from across the store, and when I looked over, I saw that Namiko had stopped to watch the commotion. I gave Kara's shoulder a parting pat, and I ambled over to the woman. "You find what you need?" She shook her head, shifting to the next coat on the rack. I nodded, unsure of what to say, and began to help her search while I thought of something else. I wanted her to be comfortable around me, and the only way that I could think of expediting the process was to try and make small talk. Even if she didn't answer me, at least she'd learn it was okay. "Did we scare you with all that noise?" I asked with a good-humored smile. To my satisfaction, Nomiko's lips curled as she shook her head again. "That's good. We were just messing around." I pulled a coat from the rack and held it up to examine its size. Deeming it too large, I put it back. "She's still a kid, you know. I don't want her to have to be serious all the time." Brushing past a couple of coats I could clearly tell were all the wrong size, I asked, "How old are you anyway?" I'd always heard it was rude to ask a woman her age, but right now I was desperate for things to say. There were a few moments of silence. Any longer and it would have grown awkward. "I'm 43, I supplied, and Kara's 15. I paused thoughtfully, trying to come up with some kind of a related topic to transition to, while I continued passing through jackets. But before I could, Domiko answered in her soft voice.
34.
"Really?" I muttered with surprise. "I thought you were younger." "Was that rude?" I mean, you look..." I was stammering with uncertainty. I had no idea what kinds of ways Van had abused her in the years she was trapped with him. The last thing that I wanted was for her to grow even more wary of me because she thought that I looked at her in lecherous way. Younger? I'm gonna shut up now."
"It's fine,"
she told me with an amused murmur. She'd hardly said much to me, but I thought I detected a faint accent. "You're Japanese, right?" I pulled out another jacket, finally finding one that appeared the right size. "Here, this looks like it might fit." Namiko nodded in confirmation to my question, while she shrugged out of my coat. I shuffled to her side of the rack to hand her the one I'd found. "Were you born there?" She nodded once more and pulled on the new article of clothing. I opened my mouth to ask her how it fit, but before I could get it out, a growling started from near the door. At first I went into fight mode, my hand immediately shooting to the knife I'd replaced at my belt. Then I realized it was Wolf. "Tsk!" I scolded harshly. "Wolf!" The dog wasn't listening, and if there wasn't already a feral outside, then he was bound to start attracting them. I began pacing over to pull him away, but Kara reached him before I did, and she grabbed him by his salvaged collar and led him to the back of the store. I stood there. Everything went silent around us, peering out the windows and listening for any threats outside the shop. The night was quiet, but I couldn't say that was entirely reassuring. If ferals could be heard wandering around outside, or even the unlikely sound of passing voices from other travelers, it would have been understandable. But I could hear nothing, so what was he growling at? After I was reassured that nothing was going to come charging at us into the store, I returned to Namiko. "How's the jacket?" Her head bobbed with satisfaction. "And it's warm enough." She nodded again, and I glanced down at her feet. "You still need shoes." I started toward an aisle that had an arrangement of unused shoes, Namiko following close behind. "You'll want something with plenty of cushion," I chattered. "We do a lot of walking." While she shuffled through the messy racks of shoes to find a suitable pair, I glanced through the gaps between the shelves to check for Kara. The faint outlines of movement as she wandered around was visible. But as I looked, so too was something else in my peripheral. And only for a moment. It wasn't distinct, and I couldn't say exactly what it was, but the moonlight that was filtering through the windows was hindered for a brief second as something moved outside from the leftmost side of the building to the right. A shadow. Leaving Namiko behind, I crept to the front of the store, and when I reached it, I crouched below the waist-high wall beneath the windows. I lifted myself just enough to see outside, but remained hidden, and searched the sidewalk immediately outside, then the street, and the opposite sidewalk. I even tried to get a glimpse to see if maybe someone was hiding just on the opposite side of the wall that I was hiding behind. There was nothing, no movement, no ferals that might have come out because of the noise from our previous battle, no travelers. The rational side of me said it must have been an owl or some other large bird that had flown by. There were still animals out there in the world, but my gut told me something else. The only way in and out of the shop was a few feet away, and if something came in, we could get trapped. I wasn't comfortable staying here any longer than we had to. Thankfully, Namiko found sneakers more easily than she'd found a coat, and by the time I returned to her, she was tying the laces of a fresh pair of running shoes. "Ready?" I asked her, trying not to sound too impatient. She nodded. "Kara," I called in a whisper, "let's go." Kara met us at the front, where I picked up the duffel bag of food, and I threw it onto my back. "Have your racks ready," I told her, pulling out my own knife. At the door, I reached up, yanking at the tongues of the bell so hard that it ripped out. Now that we can make a silent exit, I pushed the door open just enough to stick my head out, and peeked both ways to search for the source of my mysterious shadow. No danger was immediately visible, and so each of us left the store, continuing our way. We were already near the edge of the city, and managed to pass its borders without any sign of being pursued. Whether or not we were being trailed, I was still tense. I chalked it up to the dog making me paranoid. Usually Kara and I talked and joked on our long walks, especially out in the desert like we were now, where it was unlikely anyone was around to hear us. But I didn't say a word for hours. As I subconsciously listened for any stalking footsteps, the only audible sound was the chirping of the desert insects, and the rocky battle as Kara continuously kicked a pebble on ahead of us. It was so silent that after those hours, Wolf growled, and it startled every one of us. It scared Namiko so bad that she jumped, tripping over her own feet and only remaining standing because I caught her by the elbow. "You okay?" I asked, only half paying attention as I followed the course of the canine snarling. He was menaced by something behind us, but the dark concealed even the road after only 15 feet. Kara had continued forward to retrieve the pebble since she'd kicked it too far ahead, and I waved her over urgently. "Kara, stay close." At the tone of my voice, she instantly returned to my side. I pulled out my flashlight, pointing the beam down the road we just traveled, searching for whatever was causing Wolf so much displeasure. The highway was completely empty. It was almost as if the dog was comforted by the fact as well, because he stopped growling. "We should start looking for a place to camp," I said after another minute of studying the dark. The sun would begin to rise in less than an hour. Clicking off my light, I squinted through the black, searching against the night sky for the shape of cover. In the distance, I could just make out what appeared to be a rocky hill, no more than half a mile away. Taking the lead, we cautiously trekked the short distance to it, reaching it just as the sky began to gray. I searched around for a wedge we could rest under, to offer a shade once the sun came up, and after finding one, we laid out to rest. I took first watch, all three of my companions breathing sleep-heavy within the first 20 minutes. Sitting there, leaning back against the nearest boulder, I was tempted to start dozing off too. To be honest, I might have drifted off into a light sleep, because the first movement that I noticed was Wolf starting out of slumber, and it scared me like noises do when they wake you. Then he started growling again. Softly at first, without moving from his spot at Kara's side or even curling his lip. It soon picked up, and he shifted into lying on his hind legs tucked under him, ready to spring if needed. I still couldn't see or hear what he did. There was no indication of anyone but us being around, and I'd never experienced ferals off a road like this, since they stayed where food was certain. But I felt a more eager sense of paranoia than I had all night. I would have been comforted if Wolf was prone to growling while we stayed at Van's building. Only during this time, he'd been completely at ease, and that's why I felt paranoid. Why I was as sure as Wolf appeared to be that there was someone or something following us. Chapter 28. If We Started Out Blind. Genevieve.
I watched April pull the gauze off of Echo's shoulder to examine the burn, cringing at the sight of the wound.
"It's healing nicely,"
April praised.
"Any throbbing or nausea?"
Echo shook her head.
"Good."
The doctor reached for a fresh bandage.
"Keep keeping it clean."
After April was finished redressing the wound, Echo said thanks and then looked at me for instruction. I nodded for her to follow me and began to lead the way out of the medical cabin. Since the attack a couple of nights ago, we didn't have much time for relaxing, so this was our only chance to eat some dinner before we had night patrols. Once we'd grabbed our utensils, we headed to the DFAC and then sat down with our hot stew. It was a relief to have something hot. Since I'd given the little boy my gloves, my hands were constantly frozen. And so, while I let it cool down enough to eat it, I wrapped my fingers around the bowl. Echo didn't appear to mind that the stew was scalding, and she slurped it up like she didn't even notice. She was raising her spoon to her lips for her next bite when Kellen passed by on the other side of the table, and he didn't seem to care that I could see him as he bumped her with his elbow. He continued to walk away afterward, but Echo's lips pursed and she growled with withheld agony, and as she stretched her hand to the back of her shoulder, I realized Kellen had hit her burn. "You okay?" I asked seriously, suppressing the urge to drag him back to apologize. I would have interfered more aggressively between them if not for the fact that I was sure it would only intensify Kellen's hatred for Echo. When her eyes met mine, there was the slightest glimmer of pained tears in them, but it seemed the pain was taking an understandable turn toward anger.
"If he touches my burn again, don't try and stop me when I stab him to death with my spoon."
For the record, I said, holding back an amused chuckle by taking my first bite of food. I made it very clear that I was never going to sleep with him. Echo met my gaze again, squinting at me curiously.
Because of me?
What? For Christ's sake, I grumbled in instant exasperation. What is it with the two of you? He asked me the same damn thing. Then I sighed and answered, No, I have no desire to be another one of his conquests. It has nothing to do with you. Echo didn't look like she entirely believed me, but instead of addressing it, she glanced over her shoulder to look at where Kellen had sat.
Can I do something to piss him off?
Huh? I asked with surprise. But she had already stood, and she strode around the table until she reached me, and then she plopped down at my side. What are you doing? She reached across for her bowl and pulled it to her, then scooted even closer to me.
It's your fault,
she said, taking a satisfied slurp of her stew.
You won't let me kick his ass, so I have to resort to passive aggression.
Out of pure curiosity, my eyes wandered to where Kellen was sitting, only to find that Echo's passive aggression was working too efficiently. He looked beyond furious. You're not helping your situation, I told her, turning my head to let her see how serious I was.
No,
she agreed knowingly.
But the look on his face is making me really happy.
She turned her own head to return my look, but upon seeing me, her laugh line deepened with a smirk. Next thing I knew, she raised her hand to my face, and I must have had a spot of food on my lip, because she wiped it off with her thumb, and then stuck the pad of her thumb into her mouth. My cheeks flared, and in response to that, I narrowed my eyes at her. The glare only made her laugh.
You're lucky I didn't kiss you just now,
she said defensively.
That would have really pissed him off.
And now I don't trust you not to. I scooted a couple of inches away from her just in case. Kiss me to make him mad, and I swear to God I'll slap you.
Because everyone around would see,
she mumbled with knowing sarcasm. I swallowed down the last bite of my soup, and then I gave her a hard scowl. No, because my affection isn't for you to make a spectacle of. I corrected impatiently.
Affection?
She repeated in shock. And at her tone, I instantly stood with my dish to walk away.
That was an interesting word choice,
Echo mused, getting up to follow me. What other word could I use? I asked defensively, heading in the direction of the tent to store my utensils.
There are a lot of words you could have used,
she laughed.
But I definitely don't think I'd call what you do to me affection.
Whatever, I grumbled in annoyance. You got what you wanted. You made him mad. Now shut up about it.
Can you honestly tell me?
She said as we reached the tent, and she strode over to her cot to set her utensils and dishes beneath it.
That his reaction wasn't even a little amusing?
I paused from putting my stuff away to consider it. Kellen was being a major dick lately, and I was still offended that he really thought that I'd go so far as to sleep with him to make Echo jealous. A little, I admitted reluctantly. Then I turned to scold, but don't ever kiss me for any other reason than... I'd been about to say, for any other reason than that you want to, but stopped short when I realized that would have given her the completely wrong idea. Instead, I furrowed my eyebrows in a glare and corrected, Actually, just don't ever kiss me.
What about when you kiss me?
She asked smugly. I was going to call her a smartass, but for the sake of her never having the nerve to kiss me in public, I answered seriously. Then it's fine. She squinted at me skeptically, but her laugh line was still deep with amusement.
Did you just set a rule?
She pointed out teasingly, and then she added matter-of-factly.
I might be in reform, but the raider in me says that rules were meant to be broken.
Sometimes you're sarcastic, I started with a deadpan expression, and her eyebrows rose with interest. And I just want to punch you in the face. She opened her mouth to say something, which clearly would have been flirtatious by the smile she had, so I interrupted before she could. If you say we're flirting right now, I will punch you in the face.
You're getting good at recognizing this banter thing,
she praised with a laugh. I ignored the obvious fact that she was trying to get to me, to be openly playful, and reached for my backpack. Get your stuff. She rolled her eyes and put her own backpack over her shoulders, and then motioned that she was ready. We had one of the first ground shifts for patrol, so once we got to the edge of camp, we started our stroll around the borders. Echo seemed to get more serious once we began, her eyes set to scanning the area around us. And when the sun went down, she didn't say anything for the sake of listening intently for ferals. It was long dark by the time that it was our turn to man a tower, but I'd given that little boy Echo saved my only pair of gloves, and when before the sun went down completely, the temperature had dropped. While we patrolled, I'd tucked my hands into the pockets for warmth, even though it didn't do much. When we finally got into one of the towers, I shoved them down my pants, but my jeans were thin enough that it didn't do anything to help. After only about 30 minutes of sitting in the blind, once my blood had stopped flowing warmly because we weren't walking anymore, I started shivering so bad that it wouldn't surprise me if the entire tree was shaking.
Are you okay?
Echo asked eventually, looking over from her spot at the side of the tower, where she was kneeling to scan the ground below with a pair of thermal goggles. My hands are frozen, I mumbled. I folded my hands under my armpits, but the cold had already spread that it was no use. Echo watched me for a few thoughtful seconds, and then lifted the back of her jacket and tank top, so her skin was exposed.
Come here.
I made a move to go over, but when I paused hesitantly, she chuckled.
Seriously, you'll get frostbite, and you need your hands.
I was too miserably cold to decline, so I crossed the blind towards her, and when I reached her, I slid my hands up her shirt, setting them flat against the skin of her back.
Holy crap,
she complained in a growl to suppress the shock, and I could feel her tense like it took a real effort not to shy away from my touch. I couldn't stop a smile at the satisfaction of how warm she felt. And to make it even better, I leaned forward against her, making sure to avoid touching her burn while securing my hands between the warmth of both of our bodies. Thank you, I told her, genuinely grateful. I'd already stopped shivering. She shrugged and replied teasingly,
Come to think of it, we both need your hands.
I would act surprised that you're trying to flirt with me right now, I chuckled, but I'm not. Echo snickered with equal amusement.
You might as well be holding ice against my skin. Letting me flirt is the least you could do.
I huffed with laughter, but that statement also made me feel a little bit guilty. This wasn't the first time she'd done something nice for me, but she did it on the hopes that it would give her a chance with me. Only it never would. At the same time, the guilt hit me. So did the subtle hint of that not okay flush. And with that, another kind of guilt. The kind that said the flush was wrong because of the things that Echo had done. Confusing didn't even begin to describe it, because now I couldn't decide whether I should take my hands away or move them somewhere more intimate.
Do you know this is my favorite tower?
Echo said, interrupting my internal debate. It was a welcome distraction. Why?
You can see all the stars,
she answered, nodding toward the sky.
You can't see them from the other towers because of the trees.
I mumbled, leaning against her a bit more to take a look. I never noticed that before.
You need to learn to appreciate the little things in life,
she told me seriously, though there was a bit of playfulness behind it. Before I could even respond to that, she asked,
Have you ever heard the story about the big dog and the little dog?
No, I answered unsurely. What is that?
They're constellations.
She chuckled.
Look, see that bright star?
She pointed, and after following her finger, I nodded.
That's Cyrus. It's the biggest star in the sky. And it's part of the Canis Major, Big Dog.
After looking over to make sure that I was still following her finger, she traced the shape along the stars. I'd never been good at finding the figures in stargazing. Maybe that's why I'd never enjoyed it. But with the help of some squinting, I found the shape of a canine. "Whoa," I said proudly at having noticed it. I felt Echo huff with amusement, and then she moved her hand to point to another star.
See that bright one?
I hummed the affirmation.
Canis Minor, a smaller dog. It only has 2 stars. That one, and...
She adjusted her finger.
That one.
I leaned over more to look at her. "How do you know these?"
My mom was an artist. She was into anything poetic.
She answered with a shrug.
She loved telling me about the myths behind the stars.
Her response was satisfactory, but the candidness behind it was shocking. "That's the first time you've mentioned your family to me," I mused quietly. It was my fault, but any time I brought them up in the past, she grew understandably irritated. This time she turned just enough to meet my gaze for a brief second, and I couldn't say I was surprised when she sounded defensive.
Do you want to hear the story?
I wanted her to talk more about her family, but it seemed unlikely that it was going to happen, so I nodded her on.
In Greek mythology, Canis Major was the fastest hunting dog ever. It had a destiny to catch anything it ever chased.
I murmured, so she'd continue.
The big dog was sent to hunt for Canis Minor, which was actually a fox. Only it was the fox's destiny to never be caught.
Then the chase would never end, I protested.
Exactly,
she agreed.
Zeus realized that, so eventually he turned them both to stone and put them in the sky.
That's kind of sad, I whispered as I glanced back and forth between the constellations.
Why?
Echo asked, turning to look at me again with surprise. On Earth they were chasing their destinies. What if they were happy, and Zeus ruined it? A spot of Echo's back that I had my hands on wasn't warm anymore. However, shifting them up or down wouldn't have been as comfortable for me to lean against. It might have been too affectionate of a change, but I slipped my arms around her to press the backs of my hands to her stomach. She inhaled painfully, but didn't say anything because I continued explaining why I didn't like the story. Now they're stuck up there, just staring at each other.
What if they weren't happy with their destinies?
She argued, pressing the goggles to her eyes again to scan the ground below us.
Maybe they wanted to be friends, and death was the only way to fix it.
That's too sad, I told her gloomily.
It's just a story.
She chuckled, but then she added apologetically.
If I'd known it would bum you out, I wouldn't have told it.
I didn't know what else to say about it, so when I failed to respond, Echo changed the subject.
Are you warming up?
Yeah, I answered, but it brought back that slight guilt, which only made me feel like I should warn her about it. But you shouldn't be so nice to me, you know?
Why not?
I knew it hurt her every time I walked away or denied her, but I was self-aware enough to have realized by now that I didn't keep doing it because of revenge. I couldn't help it that I couldn't stop myself, but I wouldn't keep it up if she didn't let me get away with it. Because it won't change the way that I feel about you. I hadn't thought about what her reaction would be. I'd only been thinking of doing the most I could to warn her. She got offended instantly and grumbled,
"And get your damn hands out of my shirt."
It was so warm, though, that I didn't do it. And when I didn't obey, she grabbed my arm, pulling me around so that my back thumped against the wall at her side. "Why?" I whined disappointedly, already feeling the icy tingling seeping back into my hands.
"Because,"
she said angrily.
"Apparently I can't do anything nice without you thinking there's an ulterior motive."
Real smooth, Genevieve. It hadn't been my intention to make her mad, or to make her think that I was trying to be mean. I was trying to be honest without exposing my own vulnerability. Right now, however, miserably frozen was the last thing that I wanted to be, so I did the only desperate thing that I could think of. I slid my hand up the inside of her thigh. "I'm sorry," I said innocently, continuing up as far as I could, and then pressing my hand hard against her. "Please?"
"That's not fair,"
she groaned in half-hearted protest. With a delighted smile, I pushed myself back up, resuming my position behind her, while my hands reached around to work at the button of her cargos. "Is that a yes?"
"Would it be pointless to remind you that you're a bitch?"
she grumbled, but she made no move to stop me. "Why?" I asked, surprised at how that was the first time it ever stung when she called me that. Trying not to let that show, I ignored it, and I slipped one hand into her pants. She instantly reached out to grip the lip of the low wall and pressed her body back into mine. She didn't answer right away, as she appeared to be composing herself enough that her reply wouldn't come out a moan.
"Because you're using me."
"Like you're not using me," I pointed out sarcastically. The hand between her legs was warming up rapidly, but my other was still at her hip, exposed to the frosty air. In order to get that one warm too, I moved it beneath her shirt, causing her to whimper at the icy feel of it.
"I'm not,"
she insisted, managing to sound shocked that I'd even say it. "No?" I asked in disbelief. To make more of a point, I shifted my hand upward, seductively massaging her chest for the first time. And in response, she let out a shocked and pleasured breath. "So you get nothing out of this?" After a contented hum, she mumbled,
"That's different."
"How?"
"If I could think,"
she said with a ragged breath,
"I'd have an answer."
I still felt somewhat slandered, and that was a shock to me. But without saying anything else to her, I focused on what I was doing. This was one of the only times I was going to drag this out, and only for the sake of getting as much warmth into my hands as possible. But I'd be lying if I said that flush of not okay heat didn't return. There was a thrill in hearing the effect of my touch, in the way she was so intently pushing herself back to get closer to me that her head was practically on my shoulder. And now that I knew what her touch was like, I was almost jealous she was getting the better end of the bargain. But I couldn't let that happen again, ever, because when she put her hands on me, I lost complete control. Not just of what I was thinking and doing, but also of what I was feeling. And once it stopped, once I had control again, I was struck by guilt so severe that agony was an understatement. However, when I did it to her, the guilt wasn't so bad. And the way my other hand was exploring her upper body, it did something to sedate that flush of heat. I'd never felt her this intimately before, but I liked the way that her soft skin felt. The way it gave her goosebumps when I shifted my cold fingers across her stomach. The way her chest rose and fell with each increasingly excited breath when I ran my hand over her breast. It was satisfying in the most physical of ways. Until with my next shift across her abdomen, my fingers ran over the stab wound scar in her hip. Lately, there were always two kinds of guilt I felt when I did things with Echo. The lesser one was because I knew she had genuine feelings for me. Even if I hated her, she'd been proving herself in small ways, like saving my life or running into a burning cabin to rescue a child. And I knew this was wrong. The greater was because I'd begun to enjoy it for my own sake. And because of the things that she was guilty of, it made me feel like I was betraying my father and brother. So when my fingers ran over that scar, in the most painful and irrepressible way, it instantly reminded me of everything that was wrong with what I was doing, and I froze. Echo picked up on it immediately, and it seemed she knew exactly what I was thinking, because instead of begging me not to stop or getting annoyed, she let out a defeated sigh. I took both of my hands out from under her clothing, and still stunned by the blow, I dropped, leaning back against the adjacent wall at her side, and pulling my knees to bury my already cold hands between my thighs. Echo watched me silently, and even though it was too dark on this moonless night for me to see it, I could practically picture the disappointment on her face. Then she turned around and sat, propping herself up against the wall and stretching her legs out in front of my feet.
"Can I ask you something?"
She began carefully, with something like desperation in her tone.
"And will you, just this once, give me a sincere answer?"
I didn't respond right away, because through the remorse, I was preparing myself not to react to the question. Then I hesitantly gave my consent.
"Is there really no way, ever, that I could get you to forgive me?"
That was about what I expected, so it didn't take much effort to keep from getting angry. The part of me that felt bad about what I was putting her through thought she deserved a sincere answer. Plus, there might have been another part of me that didn't want her to think I was a complete bitch. "How many people have you killed?" I couldn't see the reaction on Echo's face, but when she spoke, she sounded offended.
"Forget it."
"I'll answer your question," I reassured her. "And I'll try not to judge you, I promise." That was the truth. Even if I didn't like her reply, I'd keep from judging her just this once to give her an answer. But I need to know. How many innocent people, just by your hand, that didn't need to die?
"It's been 6 years,"
she said softly, as if to lessen the impact of what she'd say next. Through the dark, I could hear her taking a deep breath, and when she finally answered, it was so quiet, I almost missed it.
18.
Okay. I made a promise, so despite my overwhelming shock, I cleared my throat to keep my voice even. 18, I repeated, still almost choking on the number. Since you got here, all you've been saying to me is that you didn't have a choice, that you had to choose between killing and dying. I paused, but it seemed she was listening intently, because she didn't make a sound. But for how many lives is that just an excuse? How many nights were you alone in the city, and you could have left? I wasn't angry, nor was I shocked at the number anymore. I felt disappointed again, like she let me down. Nobody forced you. I'm not saying it's a sure thing, but to start, you can't be forgiven for something you won't take responsibility for. Echo didn't say anything right away, and then her voice came out a forced whisper.
Taking responsibility. The guilt. I don't think I could survive that.
Then you're an idiot, I told her honestly. And that disappointment I felt made me add bluntly and earnestly. It wasn't a choice between killing and dying. It was surviving or it was killing and dying. Because you killed, and in sacrificing the biggest part of who you were, some of you died. You chose wrong, Echo. You fucked up. I could sense her tension, sense how heavily my honesty had struck her, but I wanted her to know that this wasn't me judging her. But you're stronger than you give yourself credit for, I told her sincerely. You always have been. If the guilt crushes you, if you can hardly stand it, then good. Embrace it, because that means there's still something there worth saving. There was another minute of silence, and then Echo said quietly,
"Thank you for answering."
I nodded, even though she probably couldn't see it. And when I felt it had been long enough that she'd recovered from whatever emotions I'd thrust on her, and when I'd recovered myself, I spoke again. Can I ask you something? She gave a hum of consent. Who was she? Even in the dark, I could tell Echo knew who I meant, because she took in a sharp breath like I'd just picked at a severe scab. Was she a raider? I asked gently. That way she'd know I was still intent on not being judgmental.
Valerie,
Echo murmured sadly.
She was a raider, but she wasn't like the rest of them.
I don't know why. Maybe because I could sense how immediately hurt she was. Maybe because the heroic way she got burnt the other night was still so fresh in my mind. But this was the first time I wanted to know about Echo's past. The first time I was ready to listen. Did you love her?
Yes,
Echo answered.
but not in the way that you're asking.
There was an overwhelming despair in her voice, so I stayed silent to give her time to gather her thoughts, and to say anything else if she wanted to.
I used to think that she was weak,
She continued eventually.
Her weapon of choice was a wrench. I can't think of a time that she ever killed anyone with it. She never stood up for herself with the other raiders.
Echo sniffled, and even though we couldn't see each other, I glanced away from her as if my gaze would make her even sadder.
I was so wrong. She was the strongest person I knew. She never sacrificed who she was, not for anything.
Did you leave her behind when you came here? It was a while ago, but I thought I could remember seeing a couple of other girls the day that we found Echo on the roof. Her silhouette shook its head.
She's been dead for years.
Sympathy. That's what I was feeling. Genuine and irrevocable. That's why I couldn't judge her right now. I couldn't do it if I tried. What happened to her? The answer came in a hollow whisper.
I put a knife through her heart.
It wasn't until Echo sniffled again that I realized she meant literally, and that sympathy made me hurt for her. She got bit? I asked knowingly.
Kind of,
Echo said with a small shrug.
There was another raider who always had a thing for me.
One of her gloved hands rose to her face, and she wiped her tear-moistened cheeks.
When he found out about me and Val, he attacked her and left her for the ferals.
Even though she was crying, it made me angry that someone would do that. What happened to him? Echo sniffled once more, and I wasn't sure if she didn't want to show me her sensitivity, or if she just genuinely didn't care. But she stopped crying, and her answer sounded detached.
I tied him to a street lamp, carved an X into his chest, and left him there.
It was brutal, violent, and wrong. I knew that. But at this point, through the curiosity and the sympathy, there wasn't a single part of me that was judging her. I probably would have done the same thing, I told her in an attempt to draw her out, to see if she felt remorse for it.
I appreciate that,
she said with a humorless huff of amusement.
But we both know it's not true. That's what makes you better than me.
Echo casually leaned her head back against the short wall of the tower. The way she'd been talking about Valerie, I thought I was going to catch an extended glimpse of a softer side. It was gone. But I still felt that sympathy.
If that was true, I wouldn't be alive right now.
You're not alive because of my moral code, I told her instantly. If she were anyone else, especially being a raider, I would have killed her. Those were my orders. You're alive because When I hesitated, she lifted her head to look at me. And I figured if we were having this sincere conversation, then I might as well finish. Because I used to care about you.
In high school,
she clarified, to which I hummed the affirmative.
Did you?
She paused like she wasn't sure if she could ask whatever question she had. But after a moment's consideration, she finished timidly.
Did you have a crush on me?
I couldn't help it that I chuckled, and if it weren't for the fact that she'd softened me up by making me actually feel bad for her, I probably would have been annoyed. Maybe, I answered with a shrug. I'd never really known how to sum up my feelings for her back then. All I really was aware of was that I didn't know as much about her as I wanted to. I don't know. Thinking about that made me sad too, and it took a few seconds to figure out exactly why. But Hayden's dead, remember? That's what Echo had told me. And at hearing her name, I could practically feel her cringe. I don't believe that, by the way. She's in there somewhere.
Genevieve.
Echo sighed softly, but after a few moments of pause, she didn't finish that sentence. What? I prompted encouragingly.
If you knew,
she started haltingly,
you'd understand. The things I've seen and done, I had to bury her. She would have gotten me killed.
What kinds of things? I asked. To be honest, based on the number of people she'd killed, I wasn't sure if I could handle even hearing it. Wasn't sure what kind of an effect it would have on my feelings towards her. But Hayden mattered to me. Maybe it would help bring her back.
I've seen,
she began, but it was already torturing her, because she took a deep breath like she was struggling to say it.
All of the people they've killed, we've killed. And you don't know how many girls they kept alive and brought back after raids. What they forced them to.
She finally sniffled again.
You can't imagine fear like that. Like I've seen in their eyes.
I wasn't sure how to feel about that. Whether to still feel sympathetic or angry. And whether or not to feel those things towards Echo. Did you ever?
If I hadn't just told you how many innocent people I've killed,
she said coldly, but her pain betrayed her as she sniffled once more.
I'd be furious you even hinted that I would.
I opened my mouth to apologize, to tell her I didn't really think that she would, but she continued before anything came out.
No. But one time I found a father and a daughter while I was scavenging, and they didn't have any food. I gave them some and begged them to leave the city so my group wouldn't find them. And they didn't.
Echo inhaled grievously again, but it seemed she was dead set on not breaking down.
They found the girl and brought her back, and I knew what they were going to do, so I shot her before they could.
Echo? I said thoughtfully, trying to figure out why I felt confused. Did they ever do it to you? Other than apologizing to me sometimes, she didn't always act like she had overwhelming remorse for her time with the Raiders. I'd seen some pain in her eyes before. I'd seen some remorse, but that was why I was confused. Most of the time she seemed apathetic about it. Right now, she sounded a little hurt. But after my experience the other night, with having to give the bitten euthanasia, I couldn't understand why she wasn't breaking down. What did she have to feel immense pain for, if not for these crimes?
No,
she answered.
But it was only a matter of time if I stayed.
We were both quiet for a minute, but then she whispered,
That's not even the worst thing.
She sniffed a few times now, and then raised both her hands to wipe at her cheeks.
I don't want to keep it in anymore.
You can tell me, I assured her.
You're gonna hate me so much more, but I can't.
She whimpered, but I remained silent to listen.
After Valerie died, I didn't do anything or talk to anyone or contribute. They didn't trust me anymore. I guess they thought I might try and stop them from robbing or killing. So they wanted to test me.
She took a few moments and a final deep breath, and after she let it out again, she sounded like she'd completely composed herself.
I felt so empty. They brought a man and put a gun to my back to see my reaction, to make me watch while they tortured him.
Her voice was so hollow.
It was my fault. I watched them torture a man because of me, and I felt nothing.
If there was ever anything that might convince me Hayden was really dead, it was this.
I felt nothing.
The emptiness was heartbreaking.
I can't handle the guilt, Genevieve. I had to bury her. Please don't try to bring her back.
Her first statement was wrong. It didn't make me hate her more. Not in the slightest. I'd been so angry with her since she got here that I was blind to it. But this was the first time that I could say I truly understood her. I still couldn't say that she wasn't a killer. She'd stolen innocent lives, and nothing can ever take that back. But she wasn't cold-blooded. She wasn't heartless. I'd never seen Echo as clearly as I did now. She was damaged. Life after the outbreak had taken the innocent teenager I used to know, and it chewed her up. It rode her through misery after misery, until it broke her so bad that she didn't want to be fixed. This was the first time since Echo got here that I didn't want to hate her. But that heartbreaking desire to let go of my hate cut me so deep that I couldn't keep my eyes from welling with miserable tears. I couldn't let it go, at least not outwardly. Everything I felt toward her in this moment wasn't enough, because my loyalty was bound by the memory of two ghosts. They haunted me, constantly reminding me that no matter how bad Echo felt, no matter how much she proved herself to me, she'd had her hand in their deaths. My physical attraction to her was strong enough that letting the hate go, only a little, was enough to forget it. Even if it was just a momentary blunder, like letting her touch me in the cabin. But I'd never known guilt like what hit me after those times I caught myself letting her in. The pain was excruciating. Letting it go so completely that I let myself fall for her like she wanted. That would make me the worst kind of traitor. What I now realized I desired, the very thing that I couldn't resist. It was a desecration to the memories of my father and brother. I owed it to them to make sure that they were never forgotten, and that meant I was obligated to hate Echo. The thing that caused my eyes to tear was that this realization only alerted me to the fact that, from now on, I was going to be in constant pain. I wanted Echo physically, undeniably, and too much to resist her. And I didn't want to hate her anymore, no matter who I owed it to, because she didn't deserve it. I wanted to give her a chance. even if the odds were stacked against her. But no matter how much it hurt, I could never admit that to her. If I admitted it to her, it would give her false hope. She'd push harder for a relationship than she already was, and we'd both be in more pain than we already were. She'd be in more pain than she already was. And we could never be more than we already were. It could never mean anything intimate, because that was a guilt-encompassing betrayal I simply couldn't stomach. It was a betrayal of blood, and I had to keep hurting Echo, to keep from hurting her worse. Chapter 29. As I Am. Echo.
This was one of the first nights since the attack that we didn't have patrols. So when I glanced up from the novel I was reading by lamplight and saw that Genevieve was lacing up her boots, curiosity got the best of me. "Where are you going?" She paused from tying a lace to look up at me, her gaze lingering for a few seconds before dropping back down. She'd been so quiet the last few days, ever since the night in the tower when I spilled my guts. Something was different, but it wasn't a something that was necessarily noticeable. It was more of a something I felt in the way that she looked at me, and how quiet she'd been, and the fact that she hadn't gotten annoyed with me even once. It would have eased my mind a little if I could say whether or not it was a good thing. The newfound patience she seemed to have was good, but the simultaneous distance contained something darker.
"I'm gonna hang out with Kellen," she answered eventually.
It had been so long that she was quiet that I'd resumed reading. And when she said that, I lowered my book. "I thought you weren't going to flirt with him anymore," I said, unsuccessfully masking my disappointment. She moved on to the laces of her other boot, pulling at the strings for a second before saying,
"I'm not flirting with him."
I'd been lying down on my back, but now I pushed myself onto my elbows to look at her. "Why are you torturing yourself like this?" As she stood, she looked at me, and before I even made my point, her eyes did a confirmatory scan over my body. "I know you want me," I told her, putting on a smirk, even though I was somewhat grumpy about her going to hang out with Kellen. The distance I'd been feeling darkened her eyes when I said that, and they shifted like she wanted to look away. But a moment later she recovered from it, and her lips curled into a modestly entertained smile. Before answering, she strode over to my cot, and when she sat over my hips and unexpectedly slipped one hand up my shirt, I struggled not to melt.
"Is that what you think?"
she asked, seductively dipping her head just enough so her lips could brush mine. "That's what I know," I said. When I tried to lift myself enough to kiss her, she pulled back enough to maintain that tantalizing gaze, and when I lowered myself with defeat, she followed. Her hand slid flat up my stomach, and touches like this were so new that when it kept going, I felt myself hold my breath.
"Does it still make you jealous?"
"Yes," I answered, trying to catch her lips again, only to have her pull away. This time she pushed me back down, shifting her fingers so they made a teasingly delicate stroke between my breasts.
"Does it drive you crazy?"
she asked, her mouth tickling against my own. I'd admit to anything if she kept this up. "Insanely," I whispered. She pulled away, pushing against my chest so that I wouldn't lift myself. But when she spoke, her eyes didn't contain nearly the amount of satisfied coldness that her voice did.
"That's why."
After that, she got off of me, and since she still didn't have gloves, She only had to pull on her jacket before she was completely dressed. Once she was done, however, she didn't leave, and instead she turned back to me.
"I'm just kidding, Echo,"
she said softly, probably at seeing that, because of the disappointment, I hadn't even moved since she had gotten up. At that, I finally lifted to look at her again.
"This is the only chance we get to celebrate Garcia's birthday," she explained. "He's having a bonfire. Are you coming?"
I would have been pissed that she'd been screwing with me the whole time, but I was so relieved she wasn't going to hang out with Kellen alone that I couldn't help but give her a placated laugh. "You're such a bitch," I grumbled lightheartedly, and she dodged it when I threw my novel at her. She stood by the door with her rifle hanging over her shoulder, while I rapidly laced my boots. When I'd put on my dark green winter coat and my black beanie, I stood and met her at the exit. "You know," I started both playfully and grudgingly, "it's not nice to tease." She made a deliberate glance at where the novel had landed on the floor.
"It's not nice to throw books at people either,"
and then returned her eyes to mine. When our gazes locked, I failed to come up with a response, because it was there again, that change. A minute ago had been the first time since she'd got close to me since the other night, and a part of me was starting to wonder if she ever would again. Maybe everything I'd told her had changed her mind about the revenge thing, even though that seemed like wishful thinking. It still made me want to kiss her, to figure out if it would be the last time. But she must have seen it in my eyes, because as I was about to lean forward, she turned and headed out the door. With a sigh, I followed her out, trailing her to a nearby campsite, where some of the soldiers from our platoon and a few civilians were gathered around two different bonfires. Blake and Casey were there too, sitting on a short log at the angle to one Kellen and Garcia were at. It was reluctant that I sat down next to Genevieve, on the opposite side of Blake and Casey, that Kellen was on. He'd started glaring at me the moment we walked up, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't getting really fucking tired of it. Fortunately, there were 5 other soldiers around the same fire, so after a minute he got distracted and started focusing on other people. "How old is he?" I asked Genevieve just to make conversation, nodding toward Garcia. She was already rubbing her gloveless hands together like they were freezing, and before answering, she raised them to her lips to blow hot air into them.
She squinted at him thoughtfully. "I think he's 25 now?"
"How do they even know what day it is?" I laughed. That it was winter was about the extent of my chronological awareness. Genevieve chuckled, and when she saw that I'd noticed how cold her hands were, she set them behind her and leaned back.
"Someone around here keeps track."
A moment later, something icy touched the skin of my hip, and I glanced over at Genevieve in shock. It wasn't necessarily the fact that she was using me for warmth. It was that she was doing it while there were other people around. Even though it was dark enough, and she was close enough to my side that nobody would notice.
"Can I?"
she asked at seeing my reaction. That was new too. She never asked my permission. "Of course," I told her, still watching her curiously. While the hand at my back slid far enough behind my clothing to get warm, she shoved the other one between her own thighs. It was like Kellen could sense it, because when I finally looked over in his direction, he was scowling at me again. It may have been dark enough that nobody would notice how close Genevieve was to me, but when someone like Kellen was looking for it, it didn't take a genius to figure out where her hand was. It was gratifying that he was so mad about it, and I wanted to push it further to make him even angrier. I began to raise one of my own hands, preparing to set it on Genevieve's leg, but she must have seen the look on Kellen's face too, and she could read me like a book.
"Don't even think about it,"
she warned quietly.
"My hand wouldn't be there if it wasn't freezing."
"You're seriously no fun," I complained, returning my hand to where it had been hanging over my own knee. She took the celebratory bottle of wine that was being handed to her, and when she passed it to me without taking a drink, I knew it was because we were still on high alert for ferals. I wouldn't have minded being more relaxed, but seeing as I wanted to do everything possible to make Genevieve like me, I handed it to Blake without taking a drink either.
You want to know another reason why I never slept with Kellen?
Genevieve asked in a whisper, glancing around to make sure that everyone near us was occupied in another conversation. I nodded.
Fraternization.
She turned to look briefly at me.
Good, you're familiar with it. As a leader, having meaningless sex with any of my soldiers, even raiders who don't technically have a rank.
And she poked me in the back indicatively.
It's highly frowned upon.
I'm not a raider anymore, I argued sportively. And this isn't the military.
A lot of these guys were before the outbreak, she said,
looking over at me with a serious expression.
It took me years to earn their respect.
I understood what she was getting at. There was a right way for people to find out about things like this, if they would ever find out about it at all. And me getting into a fight with Kellen over it wasn't the right way. I just couldn't resist teasing her. What if we were actually dating? She didn't seem to think it was funny. But it was another instance where her newfound patience came into play, because she didn't get upset either.
Don't joke about that,
she told me, morosely. My eyebrows furrowed with confusion, but she didn't appear to want another reply. She turned to and joined in on the conversation a couple of soldiers on the opposite side of her were having. I noticed that even though Kellen was engaged in his own conversation, his eyes wandered toward me ever so often to scowl. And it continued throughout the night. It probably shouldn't have bothered me as much as it did. If we were going off the point scale, I was winning. Genevieve wasn't even flirting with him anymore. It wouldn't have bothered me so much if it was just the looks, but it was the physical aspect of it that had started wearing on me. There was only so much shoving one person could take. Eventually, a few hours had flown by, and Genevieve stood to say her goodnights.
Garcia, happy birthday. I'm going to bed.
Before I even had the chance to react, Kellen stood eagerly. Let me walk you back. It was one thing for me to hate him, but frankly, the way he'd been acting lately, I didn't trust him alone with Genevieve. Not for a second. Especially if he thought she'd been drinking tonight. I'll take it from here, I told him, consciously trying to maintain a friendly tone as I stood so it wouldn't start an argument. His face twisted with immediate and uncalled-for fury. Sit back down, he spat bitterly. I glanced behind me at Genevieve to see if she was going to interfere, but it appeared she was going to give me a chance to walk away. I wasn't going to fight him, but he'd officially pissed me off to the point that I wasn't backing down. She doesn't want you there. I scoffed sarcastically, mad enough that I was completely unconcerned with trying to stay friendly or even calm. Which one of us shares a tent with her? I pretended to think about it. That's right, I do. His eyes narrowed, so I added angrily, maybe you should sit back down. I didn't even care that a few of the soldiers who were close enough to hear us over the roaring fires in conversation were watching us curiously. Echo, Kellen growled viciously. She hates her goddamn guts. Yeah, and she'd still rather fuck me. I sneered bluntly, and I was too furious with Kellen to even care that when I said that, Genevieve instantly stormed off without either of us. That just kills you, doesn't it? I hadn't seen rage like the expression that crossed Kellen's face in months, especially when some of the soldiers snickered with amusement. There was murder in his eyes, and he immediately started forward like he was finally going to be the first to strike. "You little..." I pulled my pistol on him to threaten him against it, and when everyone around us went silent to watch tensely, he stopped in his tracks. "You wouldn't," he challenged angrily. "You see this tattoo?" I asked, tilting my hand just enough so that he could see my wrist. "It means I've killed for less." "Okay," Blake mumbled, finally seeing the need to interfere as he stood and moved between us. "Kellen, sit down," he instructed calmly. "Echo." And he gave me a disappointedly scolding look and nodded in the direction of the tent. "Walk away. Now." I put my gun back into the holster at my thigh. But it wasn't Blake's getting involved that made my anger fade. It was guilt, because I'd just lost my temper bad enough that I'd alerted anyone who was listening to the nature of my relationship with Genevieve. No doubt she was furious, or mortified, or most likely both. Without looking back, I turned and hurried in the direction of the tent, desperately hoping she'd accept some kind of apology. When I burst in, she was in the process of taking off her first boot. "I'm so sorry," I offered hastily, bracing myself for her fury. Only it didn't come.
"Just forget it,"
she murmured without looking at me, moving to undo the next set of laces. "What?" I breathed in, shocked. Her refusal to get mad at me made me suspicious of why she'd been so patient with me the past few days. Because of everything I'd told her, she'd been treating me like I was fragile. That's the only thing that makes sense. "Go ahead. I deserve it," I told her acceptingly. I could handle it. "I'm really sorry."
"It's fine," she replied.
But it was a clipped breath. I just couldn't figure out if the impatience came from the fact that she really was upset or because I wouldn't let it go. "Why aren't you mad?" I asked, taking a step closer to get her to look at me as she removed her second boot.
"I am,"
she grumbled more impatiently. It wasn't the first time today that my eyebrows furrowed with confusion. This was so unlike her. "Then why aren't you, exploding at me?"
"Would you like that better?"
She stood, finally looking like my inquiries had caused her to snap.
"I'm mad, Echo,"
she told me angrily.
"I'm mad."
I must have been too close, because her hands landed on my shoulders and she pushed me away from her.
"I'm fucking mad."
Then she put her hands to her forehead and took a deep breath, willing herself to calm down.
"After I tell you one of the biggest reasons I don't want people to know," she huffed. "A good, legitimate reason, and you announce it in front of anyone who's listening."
"I'm sorry, Genevieve." I'd severely messed up, and I felt so bad about it I just wanted her to stop being mad. "Tell me what you want me to do," I begged. "I'll do it."
"It keeps coming back to this,"
she mumbled quietly, ignoring my question and falling back to sit on her cot.
"You're impulsive. You get upset, and instead of thinking, you just react. How am I ever supposed to completely trust you?"
"What do you want me to do?" I repeated pleadingly.
"Stop disappointing me,"
she whispered. And when her eyes finally met mine, they looked discouraged, like she genuinely thought I was hopeless. It was so different to see anything other than hatred when she was upset with me. But this was worse. I preferred the hatred. I could deal with that. I didn't like knowing that I let her down, because I didn't know a fast way to redeem myself. Lately, when she was furious, she took it out on me, and then it was done. Disappointment? I didn't have a quick fix for that. The only way to fix the disappointment was to keep it from happening in the first place.
"What?"
she asked blankly, without looking at me again, and she set to massaging her fingertips into her temples. I took another judgmental pause, and when I spoke, my voice was cautious. He's dangerous. Because of how she'd been with me the last few months, I expected her to come back with a snide remark about me being dangerous too. Instead, she offered seriously, "Then stay away from him." "He's become obsessed with the challenge you've given him," I replied, and then admitted, "It's not me I'm worried about." She finally glanced up at me, and at first she appeared offended. However, at seeing the deeply concerned look on my face, the hardness faded.
"You remember all those conversations we had about you not being with Raiders anymore?"
"It's not just Raiders that are assholes," I argued urgently. "The world used to be full of them. You know that as well as I do."
"Echo,"
Genevieve sighed, a newly familiar distance darkening her gaze.
"I don't want to talk about this anymore."
Without saying anything else, she slipped under her blankets and turned her back to me. I stood there for a minute, entirely disheartened and even more upset that it was my own fault. Not knowing what else to do to make amends tonight, I went out into the cold just long enough to brush my teeth. I took off my boots and coat, turned off the lantern, and slipped into bed. I'd been hoping that sleep would recover some of Genevieve's mood, and that by morning she wouldn't be as disappointed in me. Upon waking, she was in the process of pulling on her brown leather jacket, and after noticing that I was awake, she barely even looked at me.
"Take an hour of free time,"
she told me, throwing her backpack and rifle over her shoulders. As she strode out the door, she mumbled,
"I need to be alone for a while."
I didn't like this new Genevieve. When she was shouting at me was better than now, when she was depressed most of the time. If it was about everything I told her, she was taking it to heart way harder than she needed to. Seeing as I didn't have anywhere to be, I took my time getting out of bed. Once I was dressed, I strode over to Blake's tent to see if he wanted to get breakfast with me. But as I got there, he was helping Casey into her winter coat at the entrance. Casey's cheeks colored a little when I reached them, and after giving me a timid smile and greeting, she strode away without saying anything. "Did she spend the night last night?" I asked Blake teasingly when she was out of earshot. He didn't answer, but his lips curled into an adorably bashful grin. "You dog, you," I laughed jokingly, giving him a playful punch in the arm. He chuckled amusedly, but changed the subject with modesty. "What's up?" "Genevieve sort of ditched me this morning," I answered gloomily. "You want to get breakfast?" "I was gonna meet Casey there in about 30 minutes, he said. "You can join us." I gave him a grateful smile, but not entirely willing to be the third wheel. I shook my head. "I'll leave you two lovebirds alone." He nodded understandingly, but his hazel eyes had been scanning me curiously since I got here. "You okay?" "Genevieve's mad at me because of last night," I told him with a guilty shrug. "She's been acting weird, though. Usually she'd have hit me or slept with me by now and gotten over it." Blake squinted thoughtfully, so I asked, "Has she said anything to you?" "Sorry," he replied apologetically. "You've been a sore topic with her lately. I pretty much avoided bringing it up." After I nodded, he added warningly, "I'd stay away from Kellen for a while, by the way. He was beyond pissed the rest of the night." "I will," I assured him, and as I strode away, I called back, "Thanks." It looked like I was going to be dining alone, so After going back into the tent and grabbing my eating utensils, I made my way to the DFAC. My eyes did a quick scan for Genevieve when I got there, but she was nowhere to be found. I took my time eating my hot stew and drinking my coffee, doing it so slowly that by the time I was finished, I was sure there was about 20 minutes left of an hour. It was a short task to rinse my dishes, and then I took them back into the tent. When I got there, I found a note on my cot from Genevieve, telling me that she'd gone to check out one of the feral traps past the eastern watchtower, and that I should meet her there. Tossing the note back onto my cot, I double-checked that I had my pistol and my pocket knife, and then headed out. The eastern side of camp was one of the most remote parts, and therefore one of my favorites. In the winter, everything was still and crisp, and as the sounds of camp faded, I felt more and more contentedly alone. I passed the patrol tower, calling a greeting up to the soldiers who were in it, and continued toward the trap that was set about a quarter-mile further. The further I trekked, however, the more I began to get an uneasy feeling in my gut, especially since now I could see the trap, but not Genevieve. I continued forward, the idea of what was going on forming in my mind as I kept my eyes and ears peeled. By the time I reached the feral trap, I already knew what was wrong. It wasn't Genevieve's note, and it wasn't her I should have been worried about. At the softest sound of a footstep in the snow, I turned, pulling my pistol out of its holster and raising it toward that smug smile. "When did you figure it out?" Kellen asked, taking a few steps closer with his own gun raised until he reached a spot only 10 feet in front of me. "About 30 seconds ago," I answered, trying not to let it show that inside I was panicking. He wasn't as much like Decker as I thought. He was more like Victor, the kind of guy who wouldn't force Genevieve because that wouldn't be a victory. But I was the competition, and his victory would come easier by eliminating me. "Would you have come anyway, if you knew?" he asked, clearly believing that I had no problem with a face-off. Maybe he needed to believe it to justify this. Perhaps he'd never even murdered anyone like this before, and that's why he hadn't shot me yet, because something inside him was hesitating. He wasn't a killer, but I could be, and that's why right now I had the upper hand. "No," I told him, but I didn't want this. I hated him. That didn't mean that I wanted to kill him. "You don't have to do this, Kellen." "It should have been done that day on the roof," he said coldly, "before you had time to manipulate her into trusting you." "So it's all about Genevieve. Please don't make me do this." "Genevieve," he agreed casually. "You being a raider, you're a loose cannon. You've proven it. Everybody knows it. And it helps that you pulled your gun last night. When they ask what happened, I'll be able to talk my way out of it. Jen will forget about it eventually." "Look, I know you don't like me," I started soothingly, but I didn't think this would end well. It was obvious that last night I'd pushed him too far, that I'd injure his pride severely. So I slowly and subtly began moving the sights of my pistol towards his weaponed arm. "I really don't like you," he cut in sneeringly. "Do you have any idea how frustrating it is? It doesn't make any sense. I've done everything. I've been charming, funny, nice. I've even played shy, but every fucking time I look at her, she's looking at you." "We have history," I told him gently, hoping the explanation would get through to him. "Come on, Kellen," I added pleadingly. "You could have any girl you want. Let this one go." "History?" He gave a dry chuckle with disbelief, ignoring my plea. "History? You killed her family, and she rewards you with sex.
How is that even logical? What the hell does she see in you? It was useless. I could see the resolve in his eyes, but I offered anyway. Let's put the guns down and talk about it. No, he replied, shaking his head as he slid his finger over the trigger. No, you're bad for her, and I'm done. I fired my weapon before he could finish his sentence, putting a bullet through his arm and causing him to drop his gun, and immediately threw myself forward. I somersaulted toward him, and then sprang up from the ground into his stomach to take him down. He was completely unprepared for it, and by the time the shock and pain wore off enough for him to react, I'd hit him in the face a few times. I expected him to pull the same thing that he did in the library, lifting himself up to grab me and shift our positions. This time he reached up and grabbed my coat collar, pulling me down to him, so that I couldn't wind up and punch him again. Once he had me closer, he wrapped his injured arm around my neck, and then he whipped me to the left so hard I fell sideways off of him. He rolled just enough to throw one leg over my hips so he was sitting over me, and after putting the hand of his injured arm flat against my chest to hold me down, he raised his other fist. His first hit crashed against my cheek so heavily it had me reeling. You fight dirty, he chuckled, raising his hand again. It landed in the same spot, and even though I could hear a bone in his hand snap from hitting me so hard a second time, my adrenaline was pumping so fiercely that the only reason I could tell he'd split my cheek open was because his knuckles came up bloody. The sight of red gave me the barest presence of mind I needed. So, through the swaying in my head, I reached up and dug my thumb into the bullet hole in his arm. He reared up with an agonized yell, and while he was distracted, trying to pry my hand from his arm, I threw my other clenched fist straight into his nose. He fell backward off of me from the sheer pain of it, and while he lay there trying to blink the tears from his eyes so that he could even see me, I pushed up, preparing to launch myself toward my pistol. The moment I stood to pitch myself past his head to where my weapon was, Kellen swung one of his legs toward me, catching me in the side of the knee and sending me back down. I let out a cry of pain when I landed, as something solid beneath the surface of the snow connected with the healing burn in my shoulder. Kellen took advantage of my momentary distraction, and with tears still in his eyes, he scrambled over to mount me again. Before he had time to punch me, I reached for the solid item beneath my shoulder, and once I had the rock in my hand, I brought my arm forward, smashing it against the side of his head. He hollered angrily as he fell off of me again, and this time I immediately thrust myself on top of him, raising the rock threateningly once more. That's when I heard Genevieve yell, "Echo!" At the same time, I saw Kellen's eyes dart to the pistol within arm's reach. "Don't do it, Kellen," I pleaded with him, and his gaze shifted to the rock suspended above his head. "I'll get up. I'll walk away. I promise. Please, don't reach for it." But I could see it in his eyes. This was his only chance to kill me, because if he didn't do it now, we both knew Genevieve would take my side, and he'd never get the opportunity again.
"Echo!"
Genevieve shouted again, closer this time, and without looking, I could tell that she was sprinting toward us at full speed. I knew what decision Kellen would make before he made it. So when his arm shot out to reach for the gun, I put my other hand on the rock and brought both arms down with all of my might, making damn sure one hit would be all it took. The thud the stone made against his skull was sickening, and when my mind went blank at the sound, the stone fell from my hands, and all I could do was stare. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see that Genevieve reached us, but she must have been in shock too, because after whispering my name once more, she dropped to her knees in the snow. I was breathing so rapidly and shallow that I was starting to feel weak, and after a couple of more seconds, I fell off of Kellen. lying on my back in the increasingly blood-stained snow. This wasn't what I wanted. I thought I wouldn't have to kill anymore. Thought it was over. But I'd just taken another life. I'd just proved to myself that I would never stop being a raider. I should have let him kill me. It might have been better than living with this again, with how Genevieve would probably look at me after this. Better than living with more blood on my hands.
No pulse.
Blake's voice came quietly. At that, there were murmurs from a couple of other people around. I couldn't find the strength to lift myself to see who, but it was probably the soldiers from the patrol tower. Blake knelt at my side a moment later to examine me, and then said over his shoulder,
"We have to get her to the medical cabin."
Instead of a response, he was met by dead silence, so he turned impatiently.
"Genevieve, snap out of it."
Then he slid his arms beneath me so that he could pick me up, and at that first touch of his gentle warmth, I felt my eyes fill with tears. Genevieve pushed herself off of the ground, finally standing and recovering from her stupor. Once she looked at me, I couldn't hold it back anymore. I broke down into sobs. She didn't look mad, nor did she look worried or sad. Her face was blank, completely shut off from showing or even feeling any emotion. "There's too many people in the medical cabin," she finally said. "Take her to the meeting tent." Turning to someone standing around, she ordered, "Go get April. Bring her there." Blake carried me all the way to the meeting tent, and after he set me in a chair at the table, Genevieve told him to find Cap. When he left, it was just Genevieve and I, alone in a tense silence. She wouldn't even look at me. I was too despairing to care. I could barely see her through the tears in my eyes anyway. But Cap was coming, and that realization brought on another. I was still on probation. Is that why Genevieve wouldn't look at me? Because they were probably going to label me too dangerous and kill me anyway. And I'd just killed Kellen for nothing. Knowing that my fight wasn't over yet, I forced myself to stop crying. I drove away the staggering guilt in order to be able to make my case. Once the tears were gone and I could see better, I glanced over at Genevieve again. When she realized I was looking at her, she turned away, but not before I caught the glimpse of a watery streak cascading down her cheek. I wanted to say something to her, but the moment I opened my mouth, I heard voices outside of the tent. And at knowing someone was near, Genevieve wiped the moisture off of her face. It was April that came in, and when she saw me, she hurried over with concern. She took in my swollen cheek and immediately opened the small box of supplies she'd brought with her. "I don't think you'll need stitches this time," she said softly. "Did you hit him?" My eyes met hers, preparing to get defensive at the question, or to keep myself from breaking down again. She must have seen it because she gently reached for my hand. "Let me see." Because of the stinging and throbbing in my cheek, I hadn't noticed the pain in my wrist until April pointed it out. She poked around the bones and carefully bent my wrist and fingers while asking how bad the pain was. Based on that, she determined it was only bruised, and broke a cold compress to ice it. While she was pulling out gauze, rubbing alcohol, and ointment for my cheek, Cap came in, and he stood silently at Genevieve's side to wait until I'd been taken care of. I cringed and sucked air through my teeth when the rubbing alcohol touched the wound in my face. April's eyebrows furrowed apologetically in response, but she continued to work diligently until the cut was bandaged. Then she prepared one more ice pack and told me to keep it on my face to help with swelling. The only 3 of us left in the tent watched her leave, and then it was quiet for a minute. Cap stood there studying me thoughtfully, and after some time he strode over to the table and sat down across from me. He continued to keep silent in his seat. He repeatedly scratched at his beard, pinched the bridge of his nose, and adjusted the dark green hat on his head.
"Genevieve,"
he said eventually, pulling out a chair next to him.
"Come, sit down."
At the instruction, she finally looked at me, so it was with reluctance that I could see that she came over and dropped down at his side. It wasn't until she'd been comfortable for almost another minute that Cap turned his gaze from the tabletop back to me.
"What happened, Echo?"
I couldn't look at him or Genevieve, so I focused on the ice pack on my hand while I explained. I was taking my hour of free time. I began hesitantly, wondering if it even made a difference, if he hadn't already decided he was going to kill me no matter what. When I got back to the tent, I found a note on my cot, signed from Genevieve, telling me to meet her at the feral trap past the eastern putt. I paused when Cap coughed, and it would have continued if it didn't turn into a fit. His shoulders shook violently, and his coughs came out in deep, guttural hacks. It ended after a minute, and with an apologetic smile, he said,
"Continue."
"Eastern Patrol Tower," I finished, taking in the concerned look Genevieve was giving him. But it wasn't a note from Genevieve. And when I got to the trap, Kellen was there. He had his gun on me. I turned my eyes on Genevieve, like I was explaining it to her. I had to do it. Cap cleared his throat as if to will away another cough and glanced at Genevieve.
"Does that sound accurate to you?"
Genevieve closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Without saying anything, she reached into her pocket, producing the note Kellen had forged and setting it on the table in front of Cap. Cap read it over.
"I see,"
he mumbled, and then said skeptically,
"Kellen was one of our best men. What reason would he have for attacking you like that?"
All the blood drained from Genevieve's face, and even though she didn't go so far as to shake her head at me or glare, I could tell she was hoping I wouldn't say it. But I had to. My life might depend on it. "He was jealous," I answered, respectfully adding, "Sir," of me and Genevieve. Something seemed to strike Genevieve when I said that, because her face flashed the first emotion I'd seen all day. It was a familiar one, too.
"Cap, could you give us a second?"
Cap looked like he was in shock, like he didn't know what to say, but he stood and made his way out of the door.
"I can't believe you just told him that,"
she whispered angrily once he was gone. I knew why she was mad, too. I could see it on her face for the first time. True, genuine shame. Not like last night when I revealed it to some soldiers. It wasn't an offended anger. She was preparing to be on the defensive, like she knew Cap was going to have something to say about it. "He might kill me for this," I told her desperately. "Excuse me if I let it slip that you're gay all of a sudden."
"It's not because you're a girl,"
she quipped, and her eyes darted only momentarily to the tattoo on my wrist. After everything I'd told her in the patrol tower, after the ways that she'd been treating me since then, I'd almost been beginning to think that she was getting past it. I'd let her in by telling her all of that. I'd trusted her with scarring details, and so this stung excruciatingly. "You know what? Fuck you, Genevieve," I said furiously. I didn't want to deal with this right now, not when I had my life to worry about. "Cap!" I called, and when he poked his head in, I looked glaringly at Genevieve and told him, "We're done talking."
"Genevieve,"
he started, motioning for her to come with him.
"Can I speak with you?"
Her gaze fell with that shame again, and she stood to follow him outside. It was so silent inside the tent, however, that even though they were speaking quietly, I could hear every word.
"Is it true?"
There was no answer, but she must have nodded, because Cap sighed.
"I'm confused. Are you in a relationship with her?"
With all due respect, Cap,
Genevieve said in a cautiously low tone,
I don't see how that's any of your business.
The months I'd been here, I'd never seen or heard of Cap ever getting upset over anything. Until now.
"It becomes my business when it puts lives in danger,"
he growled. And even though I couldn't see Genevieve's face, I was instantly flooded with more guilt. Maybe she was a little embarrassed because Cap would judge her for sleeping with a girl that killed her family. But I just realized more than that. She was ashamed because she'd known right away that he would blame her for this. That's why she'd gotten mad when I told Cap. It made her culpable. And that's why she'd been concerned enough to warn me about the fraternization idea.
"This isn't like you."
Genevieve was quiet for a second, and then she answered haltingly, clearly uncomfortable with saying it.
It's only physical.
"And with Kellen?"
Cap asked seriously.
Nothing with Kellen, she clarified hastily. He had no reason to expect anything from me. He acted on his own.
There was another deep sigh from the older man, and Genevieve whispered sadly,
Cap, I'm sorry.
"Jen,"
he mumbled, sounding disappointed.
"You're a leader. Do you realize what that means? You have responsibilities, standards for behavior. These last few years, I've been trying to prepare you for command. You've always been so rational."
Instead of defending herself, Genevieve repeated in shock,
Command? Cap, I'm not...
"Am I mistaken?"
he interrupted softly.
No,
she answered reassuringly.
I make decisions for the good of the platoon, just like you taught me, always listening to reason.
"Then,"
he began carefully,
"what is this with Echo?"
If it weren't for the fact that admitting it was about revenge would have contradicted Genevieve's reassurances of rationality, I would have expected her to say that to him. Instead, she seemed to falter over the answer, eventually telling him,
I don't really know what to say to that.
Cap made a thoughtful sort of grunting noise, which caused him to start coughing again. It sounded like Genevieve made an inquiry about the wheezing, but he didn't respond to it, instead prompting,
"Have you made your decision?"
About what?
Genevieve asked in confusion.
"Echo."
Cap,
she began to protest.
It shouldn't be my decision.
He must have looked resolved, because she added almost pleadingly,
I'm not objective.
"A commander's decisions are never objective,"
he said flatly.
"Nor should they be."
Without saying anything else to her, Cap walked back in and resumed his seat across from me. When Genevieve followed, my heart began to pound. It was obvious he was testing her, but I was terrified to hear what her decision would be. What she'd deem as the consequences for my actions. Maybe she'd finally kill me. Maybe she'd take away my bobby pins and keep me here as prisoner. Maybe she'd banish me, and I'd have to survive on my own, or go back to the Raiders. I'd choose death before going back to the Raiders. At the very least, she'd take my weapons away, and I'd be back at square one as far as her trust in me was concerned.
"Genevieve,"
Cap prompted, nodding toward me.
"Repercussions."
Genevieve's gaze met mine, and while she stared at me, her eyes filled with tears. It took her so long to think about it and spit it out that I wanted to reach across the table and take a hold of her coat in my hands, to beg her to just get it over with. Then she drew in a deep breath, answering as she let it out.
None.
A single drop fell from her eye, and as she wiped it away, she stood and then hurried out of the door. I stared at the exit in shock. With how much she hated me, that was the last thing that I expected. "Sir," I said to Cap urgently, forcing away the shock, "may I be excused?" He appeared satisfied with the verdict, or if he wasn't, I doubted he'd ever say it. So when he nodded, I sprinted out of the tent and ran after Genevieve, who I could see through the breaks in the trees. "Genevieve!" I called, but she ignored me. "Genevieve!" I called again, this time catching up and gently reaching for her hand. "Don't!" she mumbled, yanking her hand away without stopping. "Please stop," I begged, taking her hand in mine again. This time she turned on me, shoving me backwards into the nearest tree. "Don't touch me! Don't!" She pushed me again, and I cringed at the soreness it caused my aching body. "Don't fucking touch me!" But the moment she finished yelling, her eyes dewed up once more, and even though there were people around, she wrapped her arms around my neck and pulled me into a tight hug. "I'm so sorry I did this to you," she cried, burying her face against me. "You didn't do this," I told her seriously, trying to be reassuring. I slid my arms around her waist and squeezed her to me. I breathed her in, and my pain was gone. "This isn't your fault." She pulled away, and while her soggy brown eyes stared into mine, she lifted her hand to run her thumb beneath the bruise of my swollen cheek. Though I still had my arms around her waist, I hadn't touched her in any particular way, especially not a hard way. So when she cringed with obvious agony, I couldn't understand why. "Don't touch me," she whispered, pulling me back again. But even more confusing was that her tears spilled over, almost as if it pained her when she whimpered, "I hate you." Then she jogged away, leaving me there, completely and torturously baffled.
Chapter 30. No Man is an Island. Dugan.
Douglas?
Kara repeated with a laugh.
Your last name is Douglas? Dugan Douglas.
She was cracking up for some reason, and I couldn't help but chuckle along, just at seeing how amused she was.
How come you never told me?
I had no idea you'd be so easily entertained, I answered, and then just to tease her I asked, "Did you get bit or something? Are you losing your mind?" Through the just breaking gray at the start of dawn, I could see Kara look over at Namika for help.
It's so satisfying to say.
"All right, kid," I said endearingly. "What's your last name, then?" She tossed the tennis ball she'd found on the side of the road into the air and caught it.
My last name, Doogie Doug.
She paused to snicker at the nickname, during which I gave her an affectionate push. She then threw the tennis ball for Wolf before answering, and the dog took off down the road after it.
His rider. Simply not satisfying as Doogie Dog.
"It's got a ring to it," I reassured her. As Wolf brought the ball back to Kara, I glanced up and down the 2-lane stretch of highway we'd been traveling all night. It had been miles and miles, an entire night of trekking, and we hadn't seen a single pit stop since the beginning of our day's walk. At least the area was remote. So remote I doubted there'd be a single feral or people around anywhere. There had been no sign of our pursuer either, not since yesterday, Wolf hadn't made a peep about it all night, so I wasn't necessarily worried about traveling into daybreak. I still didn't know what had been following up. There was never more than a warning snarl from the dog, and every once in a while, a fleeting shadow. Whoever it was must have tired of it. Either they decided that they didn't want to make themselves known and had given up, or that we had nothing worth trying to steal and had moved on. Either way, I was more comfortable now that Wolf made no signs of aggression. "What about Namiko's last name?" I asked, directing my question at Kara, since I knew the woman would be more likely to answer the teen. Kara hopped around energetically to walk backwards in front of us, facing Namiko to wait for a reply. Eventually, Namiko said softly,
"Miyaki."
Hey,
Kara gave a pleased nod as she turned to throw the ball again.
That's satisfying too. It just rolls off the tongue.
I smirked with amusement, and with the new light peeking over the horizon, I thought I spotted a structure in the distance. Pulling my rifle around, I lifted the scope to my eye, using it to zoom in on the architecture. Sure enough, it was one single beat-down building, a gas station, judging by the large awning built over the front of the main edifice. It was still about a mile away, but at least there was an end in sight.
You see something?
Kara asked when I lowered my gun. I nodded. Gas station, I think.
Thank God,
she groaned happily.
I'm starving.
Maybe if you hadn't given Wolf half of your last meal, I muttered, not sure I had the recognition yet to be able to blatantly scold her for it. Even though I made my displeasure known, Kara didn't seem fazed.
He only gets 1 can a day, and we get 2.
He's a dog, Kara, I argued mildly. Animals are built to go longer periods without food. And even with 1 can, he's already putting on weight.
Uh-huh.
Kara breathed with an almost guilty complacence. It took me a few minutes to realize why she wanted to avoid talking about it more. Wait, I mumbled in understanding. How long have you been giving him extra? She threw the tennis ball once more while humming. Clearly having no intention of answering the question. Since we left Vans, I concluded with an exasperated sigh, and then I looked at Namiko. Did you know she was doing it? Namiko's face scrunched with fearful apology. You guys are killing me, I groaned.
It's only half of 1 can,
Kara justified.
That's barely a loss for me, but it's making a difference for him.
I didn't like it. If the dog was starving, I had no doubt he'd wander off to hunt or scrounge something up for himself. Kara was still in her formative years. She was still growing, and our diet was already lacking in crucial nutrients for a kid her age. But it seemed her mind was made up, and I was pretty sure that she'd sneak the canine food even if I told her not to. Fine, I consented reluctantly. But if you start feeling weak or sick, promise me you'll eat it all yourself. Kara crossed her finger over her heart.
Promise.
We walked along for a few minutes in silence, Kara still playing fetch with the dog. Once I'd gotten over the stress of her health, I started thinking about the conversation we were having prior. I'd tried to continue Kara's schooling, but when it came down to it, all I could really instruct her in was math. We didn't have many books, and I'd never been good with history. There was no point to teaching her about the old United States, when I couldn't even be sure I was getting my facts straight. When you were home, I began, motioning for Kara to hand me the tennis ball, because I wanted it on the fun. Did you ever read poetry?
Like Jack Be Nimble?
She asked. And when Wolf brought the ball back to her, she tossed it over to me again. While I threw it, I squinted thoughtfully, trying to think of the poem she was referring to.
Jack be nimble, Jack be quick,
she supplied.
Jack jump over the candlestick?
Oh, I chuckled with recollection. That's a nursery rhyme, but it's the same kind of idea.
Those were my favorites,
she confirmed with a grin.
My dad had a book, but even before the outbreak, I already knew them all, so I never read them anymore.
I nodded and made a mental note that if we ever came across a poetry book, I'd pick it up for her. I made no verbal response, however, because we were coming up to the gas station. It was tiny, with only 2 pumps at the outside and a single double-door entrance to the shop inside. The entire building was made up of thin wooden panels. The only way I could tell they used to be painted white was because of random flecks where it hadn't completely peeled off yet. The rest of it was worn down too. From the moment we walked up, I spotted a few places where the wood was beginning to rot. The see-through doors and the large 2-pane window in front were thickly layered with bright desert dust. One of the panels in the window was even completely missing, and the piece of dirty, decayed cardboard that used to block it was hanging by a single nailed-up corner. Seeing as we were in the middle of nowhere, and it wouldn't bring any ferals running if we fired some shots, I swung my rifle around. Then I motioned for Kara and Nomiko to get their guns out too. They followed me around the side of the building, and I peeked around the corner to check for anyone or anything. Wolf appeared to have no concerns about the place. All he was doing was staring at the pouch of Kara's backpack where she'd stored the tennis ball. Still, I figured it couldn't hurt to be a little cautious. We continued around the edge of the side, where I peered behind the back searchingly. There was a door at the back of the shop, a normal wooden one with a round gold handle, unlike the standard door of the shop at the front. When we reached it, I tested the knob, and finding it locked, continued on to the far and final side. Nobody, and nothing dangerous was around. But something else at this side made my heart jump with excited surprise. Before I completely acknowledged it, however, I wanted to make sure that the inside of the store was safe as well. So the 4 of us snuck back around the main entrance. When we reached it, I wiped a layer of dust off with a glass, and then cupped my hands around the eyes to block out the glimmer of the rising sun. It was still dark inside, but Wolf had remained silent, and I couldn't see immediate threats. "Have your gun ready just in case," I told Kara and Nomiko as I reached the long handle. I gave it a tug, but it didn't budge. Taking a grip on the other door, I did the same, and the result was no different.
Locked?
Kara asked. I squatted down, squinting to peer between the 2 doors to check for the continuing bar that would let me know it was locked. There was nothing keeping the door shut. Straightening back up, I tossed my rifle over my shoulder, taking a handle in both my fists. Keeping a tight grip, I gave the door a hard wrench, and it budged just slightly with a loud metallic screech. "Rusted," I told Kara, ignoring the deafening sound to continue forcing the door open. It only got halfway before there was a grating crunch. The hinges snapped clean off of the frame, and the glass door went crashing down. Kara was out of the way completely, but Nomiko had been standing close to my side, leaning away just enough to look into the window nearby, but still in a spot to get crushed. Out of instinct, as I jumped sideways, I grabbed Nomiko by the waist, hauling her with me just in time for the door to smash against the cement deck instead of her. The glass shattered against the concrete, and a commotion of sound in my touch scared Nomiko so bad that she shoved away from me. My first thought at the way she pushed off of me had told me that she was mad, or maybe that she felt like I'd violated her personal space. Then I noticed that she'd wrapped her arms around herself defensively, and she was leaning into the wall of the building, as though she wished it would absorb her into safety. "I'm sorry," I apologized softly. She shook her head hastily, though I wasn't sure if she was telling me it's okay, or if she was trying to ward off the sound of my voice. Did I hurt you? She shook her head again. I kind of felt bad for scaring her, but I hadn't done anything wrong, so I didn't know what else to do. Okay, sorry, I repeated quietly, and then turned to examine the shards scattered around the fallen door. Keep him back for a second, I told Kara as I pointed to Woof. If the dog went into the store right now, he'd probably cut his paws on it. So when she grabbed his collar to restrain him, I strode into the shop. There was a large floor mat on the floor, just inside of the entrance. Picking up the corners, I carried it outside and tried to fling it over the glass. However, the wind was blowing too strongly, and the mat was too large for me to be able to lay it flat on my own. I was about to ask Kara for help, when Omiko's hands reached for the opposite side that I had gripped on. She pulled on it so that the mat was flat, and then helped me stretch it out over the shattered door. Thank you, I told her with a grateful smile. He's good, I said to Kara. The moment she let the dog go, he trotted into the shop, and we followed in after him. The inside was damp from being so shut in, and there was a musty smell from the rotting of some of the wood. Other than the smell and the dust, the place was surprisingly well preserved. I'd have thought in the last 6 years, at least one person would have chanced upon it and scavenged. But that wasn't the case at all. The shelves were lined with all of their old stock. Granted, every food item on the shelves and in the refrigerators had long ago molded, leaving old box stains of remains of plastic wrap. But the bottles in the refrigerator were still full of different colored sports drinks and sodas, and there was canned food down one of the aisles, enough to replenish the empty duffel bag on my back.
It's an oasis,
Kara exclaimed, sprinting down the canned aisles and picking up one in particular.
SpaghettiOs!
We'd run out of those within the first few days of finding our duffel bag, and Kara had been missing them ever since.
Can we eat now, please?
That reminded me of what I'd seen outside. Hold on, I said, laughing inwardly at the disappointed sigh she gave. Follow me. I led the way to the back out of the store, each of my companions trailing behind. When we reached the surprise, I held out my hands in presentation. Ta-da! Kara's eyebrows furrowed.
What is it?
She asked, sounding entirely unimpressed. What is it? I repeated in disbelief. And when I heard Namiko giggle quietly, I looked at her. You know what it is, right? The woman nodded. It's a fig tree, I told Kara.
Like those little fig cookie bars from before the outbreak?
She asked, voice a little more excited now. Well, minus the cookie and the preservatives, I answered with a chuckle. Go grab a plastic bag from the store real quick. While Kara jogged off to get a bag, I strode to the tree, and after dumping the duffel bag and rifle into the sand, I reached for the nearest branch. I climbed up into the branches, picking a handful of ripened fruit by the time Kara got back. Catch, I called down to her, throwing a fig toward her before she even had the bag ready. Think fast, I said, teasingly tossing another when she bent down to pick up the first one.
You better be careful, Doogie Dog,
she warned, playfully taking the fig in her hand and pulling her arm back like she was preparing to throw it at me.
I've got good aim.
Let's see it then, I challenged with a grin. She let the fruit fly, and I ducked just in time for it to soar over my head. You throw like a girl. I hadn't noticed that she'd already picked up the second one I'd tossed, and by the time I finished my taunting, it was already in midair. The fig was so ripe that when it hit me in the shoulder, it splattered tiny seeds across my neck, and sputtered with surprise as I wiped my fingers across my eyes.
Ha!
Kara hollered triumphantly.
Who throws like a girl?
Not Kara Ryder, I laughed, picking the next nearest fruit. Hold the bag open. She did, and I proceeded to drop down fruits for her to catch until the plastic bag was full of figs. Afterward, I climbed down, and we hurried back into the store to dine on our spoils. Before I sat down to eat, however, the refrigerator caught my eye. "You know what?" I said thoughtfully, striding over and pulling out a glass bottle of Coca-Cola. I popped the cap off and took the tiniest sip to test the flavor. "Oh my God," I groaned euphorically. The soda was completely flat, but the air was cold enough that the drink had a delightful chill. Still delicious. You guys want one? When they both nodded, I carried back 2 more bottles, and after opening it for them, I plopped down to lean my back against the checkout counter. I reached for a fig, sighing happily after taking my first bite. Kara tossed one to Wolf before eating one herself, and the dog sniffed and pawed at it curiously before taking it into its mouth. Then Kara bit into one. She chewed, her mouth quivering with disgust the longer she did.
The skin is so gross. How are you eating that?
She forced herself to swallow, and then stuck her tongue out for emphasis.
Blech!
You can take it off, I told her, snickering as I reached for one to show her. I twisted off the stem and then peeled the skin and handed her the bare fruit. Better? She shoved the whole thing into her mouth.
Much,
she confirmed with a grin, and washed it down with a gulp of cola. The entire bag was gone in less than 10 minutes, and not long after that both Kara and Namiko had passed out. Guess I was taking first watch. Wolf was still awake, lying between Kara and I. I'd always liked animals, but my first experience with a dog after the outbreak hadn't been a positive one. My daughter's pet was a liability. It growled and barked constantly for the weeks that we stayed in our apartment building. There was no way that we could have taken it with us when the food ran out and we had to leave. It would have gotten us killed. But the loyal beast would have followed us if we let him loose. It would have been cruel to lock him in the apartment and let him starve to death. So we told Christina that he'd gotten out in the middle of the night and had run away. Really, I'd taken the dog a few apartments down and given him a clean, humane death. Necessity didn't stop me from bawling, and my daughter never would have forgiven me if she'd known what really happened. What is it about you guys that pierces straight to the heart? I asked the dog in a whisper, extending my hand to rub the top of its head. Wolf was clearly more attached to Kara, but when I scratched at his ears, he pushed his skull harder into my hand, and I felt a fond smile tug at my lips. I stopped a minute later, but the dog had grown so relaxed it had its head dropped right into my lap. Then I heard his stomach rumble. It hadn't been surprising to me that he didn't like the figs. I'd never heard of a dog eating only fruit. Now that we'd found some cans to replenish our food stores, I figured we could spare an extra one for him. Just this once. I pulled the canned beef stew out of the duffel bag at my side, figuring if I was going to cheat, I might as well spoil him. And when he saw it, his head picked up with anticipation. "Don't tell Kara," I mumbled, setting the open can onto the floor in front of his muzzle. That's when I heard a huff of amusement, and when I glanced over, Namiko was laughing silently. "Moment of weakness," I told her with a chuckle. She pushed herself up and brushed her long black hair behind her ears before wrapping her arms around her pulled-up knees.
I won't tell,
she said shyly. "Can't sleep?" I asked amicably, seeing this as an opportunity to draw her out of her shell, because she'd just spoken to me more willingly than she ever had. She shook her head, explaining in a murmur.
"Nightmares."
"Oh," I replied, uncomfortable just thinking that it might make her uncomfortable to dwell on it. Wolf already finished licking clean the entire inside of the can, and still smacking his lips, he lowered his head back onto my lap. Namiko smiled at that, and I watched her eyes wander over to Kara.
"You take care of her."
I gave a sort of half nod, feeling Kara deserved far more credit than that. "We take care of each other." Nomiko pursed her lips with understanding, but wanting to continue talking to her, I added, I haven't had anything to live for in years. It's just been me. Did you ever have kids? She shook her head. I found Kara, and I'd forgotten how it felt to care about something more than you care about yourself.
That's why you fed him,
Nomiko said knowingly, nodding toward Wolf. I huffed with a soft laughter and shrugged in agreement.
She's lucky,
she started timidly,
to have found a stranger that would give so much.
I tensed one corner of my mouth in a grateful half-smile, but I wasn't sure how to respond because my mind made an immediate connection to her situation. Van had to have been a stranger when they first met, and she'd been far from lucky. Nomiko seemed to catch the caution behind my thoughts because she took a deep breath and let it out in a slow, soft sigh. Every few seconds I could feel her eyes fall on me thoughtfully, but I was too unsure of myself to even test boundaries like looking at her too long. Eventually, Nomiko found the courage to speak on her own.
He didn't do it.
I finally met her gaze, watching her inquisitively.
What you think he did. I can see it in your eyes when you look at me.
I'm sorry, I apologized softly, worried she was offended by my assumptions about the abuse she'd suffered.
It's okay.
Her delicate voice reassured me.
He never forced me to share his bed.
I didn't know what to say, or whether or not she even wanted me to say anything, so I stayed quiet, hoping she'd keep trusting me with this enough to continue.
Sometimes,
she began a minute later.
I wished he would.
She was staring straight at the floor, but her mouth twitched with disgust when she said that, and I tried to keep from letting my shock show.
Because then I would know what he was getting. It would make more sense why he kept me there.
Nomiko's eyes met mine for a brief moment before darting away awkwardly.
It was more terrifying to me. All the pleasure he needed was to cause pain.
I took a moment to absorb that, to let it sink in, and to understand. I saw the way that you held that knife. I started, cautiously, remembering how I'd been worried she'd killed him. Why didn't you stab him? She refused to look at me while her hand rubbed over her mouth anxiously, and then shakily wiped over her forehead. I'm so sorry, I said once more. That's none of my business.
I did, once,
she murmured, and even her voice was shaken with residual fright.
At the beginning. He nearly killed me for it.
I never properly thanked you for saving my life, I told her, truly recognizing for the first time how hard it must have been for her to finally kill him. Still timid, her arms tightened comfortingly around her knees, but her thin lips widened with a modest smile.
I'm the one who owes thanks.
Well, I'm not the one you owe it to, I responded with a proud grin, motioning toward Kara. Then, figuring we both ready for the topic change, I asked, So, what did you do before the outbreak?
I was almost done with medical school,
she answered, taking a small sip of the soda she hadn't finished earlier. In New Mexico? She shook her head, cheeks tinting humbly as she corrected.
Stanford, in California.
I'm impressed, I praised with a laugh, and grew even happier when her smile got wider than it had been yet. What kind of doctor were you going to be? When she answered with trauma surgeon, I turned my mouth down to portray even further astonishment. She wasn't even close to as helpless as I'd originally thought. I'm from Los Angeles. She nodded, clearly surprised at how close we'd been before the outbreak. Small world, I guess. Nomiko opened her mouth to say or ask something, but Kara sat up looking worried. and when she spotted the dog still lying on my lap, she smirked.
I knew you liked him.
I purposely made my eyes wide with guilt. This isn't what it looks like.
You're so full of crap.
Kara laughed, crossing her legs beneath her now that she was fully awake. Now that we had another listener, Namiko seemed to grow even shyer, and reaching for her backpack, she stood.
I'll be back. Are you going to the bathroom?
Kara asked nonchalantly. When Namiko nodded, she stood as well.
I'll come too.
Take your shotgun, I told Kara, knowing they'd probably wander a little bit into the desert. Even if this place was remote, it was always better to be safe. She reached for the gun as she threw her backpack over her shoulder.
Woof,
she called, running out the door ahead of Namiko with the dog trailing behind her. I chuckled while my companions disappeared, and then glanced around at the mess we'd made with the figs. There were stems and peels all over the floor, since most of them hadn't made it into the plastic bag. I collected them all back into the bag, and as I pushed myself onto my feet, I threw the empty soda bottles and cans into it as well. With a sudden desire to indulge in an old habit, I leaned over the counter to look for a garbage bin behind it. I'd barely threw the bag into the trash when there was a crunch of footsteps over the broken glass outside. That was fast, I said, turning to greet whichever girl was returning. Only when I turned, it wasn't Kara or Namiko. It wasn't even Woof. It had to be whatever had been following us, and whatever I thought had stopped following us. At first glance, it looked like a feral. It wasn't wearing a shred of clothing. It was caked in dirt and dust and dried blood. It even emitted that gut-wrenching, putrid smell. But there were things about this vile creature that caused me to hesitate. The male wasn't emaciated and starving like every other feral I'd seen. It appeared so well fed that where other ferals had nothing but flesh and bones, it had lean, rippling muscles. I would have thought it was only someone recently bit and not yet starving, but it hadn't roared or snarled at me. It hadn't charged at me aimlessly, ferociously or viciously. It'd been following us for days, hiding in the shadows. Maybe it had even backed off far enough to remain undetected by Wolf. It waited until I was alone. And thank God it hadn't been Kara or Namiko, who'd been the first to be left alone. Then it snuck up to the door, and the only reason I could see for it freezing instead of finishing the job was because it hadn't been expecting the glass to alert me of its presence. I would have thought it was crazy. Ferals weren't hunters. They didn't stalk their prey. They weren't calculated. But this one was watching me closely, peering straight into my eyes with a stare so dark and emotionless, it sent a chill straight through my spine. It was tense and ready to spring, and when I searched the ground for my rifle, it followed my gaze. It was almost like it recognized the weapon, because when my eyes landed on it, the creature growled low and deep. That sound snapped me out of my bewildered hesitation, and I shot into action. At the same time I dropped to grab my rifle, the feral sprang. Any time I'd been rushed by one in the past, the feral started it with a snarl. However, the only reason I knew this one had taken off was because its bare feet fell heavy across the wooden floor only twice. I also expected it to throw itself at me, to take me to the ground and to start snapping just like every other one I'd fought in the past. It reached me right as I was raising my rifle, and instead of trying to bite, its fingers clamped down around my weapon. It continued charging forward, pushing me hard backward against the counter with the gun wedged between us. I was driving my rifle upwards with all my might while the feral was bearing down on me. It maintained its grip on the gun, but it appeared furious that I was fighting it, because it leaned forward until its mouth was inches from my face. It finally roared, but it wasn't just a hungry, bloodthirsty boom. There was an underlining and purposeful, intimidating fury behind the rumble, and in the midst of it, the feral pulled back hard, wrenching the rifle out of my grip and fingering it across the store with one swift sway of his arms. I'd been pushing myself up, my brain frantically searching for some new way to fight back. As the feral turned to face me again, it did so by swinging its heavy arms, and one of them caught me so forcefully that I was thrown to the floor. The beast roared again, and there was something human enough remaining in it that I could tell its bellow was complete impatience. Then it reached down for me. Its fingers closed around the shoulders of my jacket, and it hauled me off of the ground with ease. It barely had me on my feet before its snarled mouth shot toward my neck. But even here, there was a method. There was no doubt in the direction of its eyes and teeth, and it was aiming straight for my jugular. It was all happening so fast, and I was so stunned and unprepared for the intensity of this creature that I knew I was done for. The moment before the feral's jaws reached my neck, there was a distinctly canine snarl, and Wolf jumped so high into the air that I saw his long fangs sink straight into the brute's shoulder. An explosive growl echoed from the creature's chest, and it let go of my coat to reach behind it for the canine still tearing into its back. It managed to tangle the fingers of one hand through Wolf's fur, and taking a step back from me, it brought its elbow down fast, bringing Wolf crashing over its head. The dog hit the floor with an agonized yelp, and the feral raised a bare foot, preparing to rain one deadly stomp onto Wolf's ribs. In a split second it had taken for the feral to grab Wolf. I'd reached for the knife attached to my belt. Now, before the creature's foot could come crashing down on the dog, I threw myself into it, blade first. I hit the floor on my knees, and I pulled the knife out of the feral's torso and raised both arms. I brought it down again with all my might, straight into the space between its neck and collarbone. It caused it to snarl, and as I pulled the knife out, it brought a knee up as high as it could. I stabbed it once more in the same spot, right as it sent its foot so hard into my chest that I went flying backward. I'd barely stopped tumbling, and the feral was already on its feet. Its knees bent like it was preparing to lunge at me, but once it crouched, it rose. My knife was still sticking straight out of its neck, and now it stopped. I could tell that it was gasping for air. It took a shaky step toward me and drew in a labored breath. Another step, and it tried to roar. The yell only came out a harsh hiss of air, and a moment later it dropped, face first, taking one last, shallow breath before going completely still. I groaned and dropped onto my back because it hurt too much to sit up. There was a stabbing pain in my side and my chest. It felt as though at least one of my topmost ribs was broken from the kick. Then I remembered Wolf, and I forced my head up to look at the dog that had saved my life. He was extending his nose back toward one of his hind legs, and every time he nudged it, he let out a soft whimper. "Don't be broken," I whispered, scooting myself toward him, clenching at the pain in my side and trying to ignore it so that I could make sure Wolf's leg was okay. But when I got to him, I didn't have the energy to look him over. I was breathing so heavily that the pain in my torso was excruciating, and I was exhausted from such a short burst of panic. My head dropped as one of my arms draped over the dog's neck, and both of us simply lay there.
"Dugan!"
Kara's voice hollered from the entrance as she came toward me so fast that she slid half the distance on her knees.
"Dugan!"
she shouted again, pulling me by the shoulders so that I was on my back, and then she shook me worriedly. "Oh God, don't touch me."
"Did you get bit?"
she asked in a panic. It took so much focus just to force away the pain with every breath that I couldn't answer, so she began squeezing my hand because she was afraid to try and get my attention any other way.
"Dugan, please,"
she cried, tears flooding her eyes.
"Did you get bit?"
"No," I told her, giving her hand a comforting clutch. "No, I just got kicked." Nomeko had gotten down beside Kara, and she hesitantly set her hands on the bottom hem of my shirt.
"May I?"
she asked quietly. I gave the slightest shake of my head, so she pushed my shirt up to my chest, careful not to cause any more suffering. She studied the already bruised spot where the feral had kicked me, gently pressed her fingers to my lower ribs, and moved up until she reached my chest, where it hurt so bad at the lightest touch that I let out a howl of misery.
"What's the matter with him?"
Kara whimpered, and I could tell by the look on her face that she felt completely helpless.
"Broken ribs,"
Nomiko answered, pressing in the same way on my other side without causing any pain.
"Is he gonna live?"
Before answering, Nomiko lowered her ear to my chest, barely setting any weight on me to keep from hurting me.
"I need to listen,"
she said calmly. After a minute, she pulled away, telling me timidly,
"It didn't pierce your lung."
"Hear that, Kara?" I asked, forcing a smile through the pangs. "I'll be fine." Then I motioned toward the dog. "Check his leg, please." Nomiko examined Wolf's hind leg for a minute, and she gave a positive review by answering my searching gaze with a nod. His leg wasn't broken. "When we leave here," I began as I tried to push myself up, but it ended up coming out as a grunt as I lay back down. "We're stopping at a pet store and getting that dog as many cans as we can carry of the best dog food we can find."
"I knew you liked him,"
Kara laughed, appearing relieved that I wasn't fatally injured. I gave her a wink. "It's exactly what it looks like."
"What is it?"
asked Nomiko's soft voice before Kara could respond. Kara and I both looked over to see her staring down at the dead creature. This time I forced myself up, wincing until I was steady on my feet.
"Where'd it come from?"
Kara added, following as I trudged over to it. "I think it's a feral," I answered. "It was following us. I think it was waiting for the perfect time to attack." Kara's eyebrows furrowed, unconvinced.
"Have you ever seen one do that before?"
I shook my head.
"Ferals don't do that," she mumbled. "Right? What do you think it means?"
At the question, I glanced from the discarded rifle to Wolf and back to the creature. Kara was right. Ferals didn't do that. But this one did. It did something I hadn't seen in 6 years since the outbreak. It did something I would have said was impossible. Even more terrifying than the things it did was wondering if it was the only one that could do it. Wondering whether whatever happened to this feral to make it different was an isolated incident, or if there were more out there like it. I finally glanced back at Kara, taking in a deep and calming breath as my broken ribs would allow. "I don't know,"